World News Today, brought to you by Continental Radio and Television Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, America's smart set. By shortwave broadcast, direct from world capitals, as well as the leading news centers of our own country, CBS correspondents are waiting to bring you a complete report from the world's political and battlefronts. But first, here's John Daly with a summary of headline news as received in New York.
A year ago today, at exactly this time, World News Today began with these words. The White House has just announced that Jap planes have attacked Pearl Harbor. This means war. In the days that followed, an angry nation could only guess at the damage the treacherous blow had caused. Today we know the full story, and today we can be filled with pride that our armed forces, fighting a terrible uphill battle in the Pacific, have already paid back in some measure for what President Roosevelt has called a day of infamy. The sneak attack, to all practical purposes, eliminated our Pacific battle fleet at the time. We know now why the Philippines could not be reinforced. We know now why a pitiful handful of American and Allied cruisers were sent out to face a Jap battle fleet in the Netherlands East Indies fighting. Those were black days, but they are well behind us. A few weeks ago, a rehabilitated American fleet, though heavily outnumbered, handed another Jap battle fleet in the Solomon area a licking it will never forget. And just now, the Navy Department issued a communique saying that we have killed better than 400 more Japs on Guadalcanal. We'll have the full details from Washington shortly. A year ago, we may have been among the "it can't happen here" boys. But now we have gone back to the old American tradition. Put your faith in God and keep your powder dry. One of our allies has a good reason to celebrate today. It's the first anniversary of the start of the Russian winter offensive last year that saved Moscow. Then the Germans were within 18 miles of the city. Today they are on the receiving end of heavy Russian attacks on fronts 130 to 250 miles west of Moscow. In the last 24 hours, 10,000 Germans have been killed, 160 guns and 54 tanks destroyed. The Nazis are putting up stiff resistance, and it's clear that reinforcements have been poured into the Stalingrad area, where the Russians admit the Nazis are using heavy tank forces. But there is every indication that the Red Army is still moving ahead, and that the German position is critical. Their army is still inside Stalingrad, but today's reports indicate that they have been pushed back into the northern and southern outskirts of the city in the last 10 days. On the Central Front, the Nazis are using big fleets of air transport to bring up men and supplies. One Soviet anti-aircraft battery shot down 12 of them and damaged 7 more. Generally, the exact position west of Moscow is confused, but there is reason to believe that Reveille, the key to the German defenses, is surrounded. As at Stalingrad, the Germans are counterattacking desperately, and the Russians describe the fighting as particularly bitter. German attacks succeeded in capturing 2 of 3 villages, but Soviet counterattacks took the villages back, and field dispatches covering the fighting west of Moscow said that 3 more basic points in the German defenses near Reveille and 2 near Velikiye Luki had been cleared of the Nazis. Yes, this is a day of celebration for the Russians. Much of their country is still in German hands, but they have blasted the myth of the invincibility of the German Wehrmacht and with confidence have set out to destroy the despoilers of their country. In North Africa, the Allied lines near Teboba and Jadeda are straight and unbroken as the fighting grows in intensity and Allied reinforcements pour up to the front. French and American units moving forward in the southern sector are reported by the Morocco radio to have captured a new Axis-fortified position near Sfax. Now for a direct report, Admiral Radio takes you to CBS Algiers, Charles Collingwood reporting.
This is Charles Collingwood at Allied Force Headquarters in North Africa. No part of the battle for Tunisia is more important than the battle in the air. And General Doolittle's boys of the 12th Air Force are doing a magnificent job. Here in the makeshift studio that we've rigged up in Allied Force Headquarters, we have a couple of boys who are very lucky to be here. Wouldn't you say you were lucky to be here, fellows?
Well, I'd say we were. You're not kidding.
That was Lieutenant Dave Slater and Sergeant Ray DeVilla, both of them from Houston, Texas, and both of them flying in the same bombers. And that laughter that you heard in the background came from the rest of the crew who are all packed in here watching Lieutenant Slater and Sergeant DeVilla getting ready to tell us how it came to be that they're all able to be here. Well, come on now, Slater. You're the pilot. Tell us about it.
Well, you see, this is our first combat mission.
You mean your very first?
That's right.
Well, this has nothing to do with the story, but were you scared?
Well, I was scared. I don't know about the rest. You know, I was scared.
Well, I'll bet you were. Well, let's get on with it. Where were you going on this first combat mission?
We were bombing gators. We had an escort of P-38 pursuit. When we got over the target, we ran into an awful lot of anti-aircraft fire. And And remember, Lieutenant Fighter, that's when we all stopped being scared.
That's right, Reveille. And it was just as well, too. Because to make a long story short, we got hit. You got hit? Bad? Well, bad enough. I could feel this light stuff hitting us, but I didn't know where until I looked down at my pressure gauge and saw the port engine wasn't working.
Well, what did you do then?
Well,
Let me tell him.
okay, Reveille, you tell him.
You see, the way we were hit, immediate bombers can't fly as far. Lieutenant Fighter kept us in the air as long as we could, but we finally had to get back on an even keel and land.
Anybody hurt?
No, sir. We skidded about 150 yards, and then we all jumped out and nothing worse than bruises. Lieutenant Fighter counted noses. Lieutenant Howard was the co-pilot from San Diego, California. Lieutenant Hogan, the navigator from Walmart, Arkansas. Sergeant Duran, the waist gunner from Muscatine, Iowa. And Sergeant Fleshman from Conway, Oregon, who's our tail gunner. All okay, but we were all miles behind the enemy line, right out in the desert.
Well, what did you do then?
We started taking everything out of the plane and getting ready to burn it, and then the air starts popping up.
Wait a minute, Ray. You haven't said anything about the P-38 yet.
Oh, yes, I should have said we saw this P-38 from our escort circling around above us. Then it went off, we hoped, to get help.
Well, what about these errors that popped up?
Well, they kept arriving from nowhere in particular, and by the end we collected about 25 of them.
Were they friendly?
They kept saying American or Aleman. When we finally convinced them that we were Americans, everything was fine.
But they don't like the Germans, huh?
These fellas didn't, but they called us comrades. And what was another word they used, Ray?
Oh, yes, they kept saying Ike or something like this until this moment. I still don't know what it means.
Well, look, one thing that I haven't got straight yet. How far was all this from the German garrison at Davis?
About 20 miles.
20 miles. And how long were you there?
2 hours and 41 minutes, and that was long enough.
Well, how did it finally end?
Oh, simple enough. One of the AFRS said, shh, and we all listened, and we heard some airplane motors. Then we saw a light bomber and 2 P-38s coming our way. The bomber saw us, landed on that awful rough desert, and taxied right up to it.
That's right. And Lieutenant Howard of Seattle climbed out and said, jump in, boys, jump in quick.
And I'll bet you did, too. And what then? What happened then?
Then Lieutenant Howard set fire to our plane, and the P-38 finished it off with incendiary bullets. And we were off, nothing to it.
If you ask me, there was plenty to it. And I'm darn glad that you fellows all made it and could be here tonight. We return you now to CBS in New York.
On the old North African front, for several days, the dispatches have been reporting a lull in the fighting. Today's report had nothing to say about the land fighting. And it's true that there hasn't been much land fighting since Marshal Rommel and his fleeing Africa Corps holed themselves up in the natural defenses of El Agheila. But actually, there has been no lull in the battle for Libya. There haven't been many tank and infantry clashes of any great consequences, but fierce air fighting is in progress for control of the Mediterranean, and Cairo is doing its part to help the Tunisian campaign. And now for further news from across the Atlantic, Admiral Radio takes you to CBS London, Bob Trout reporting.
From Britain, flying fortresses attacked the locomotive works at Lille this afternoon. The weather was clear and good results were seen. At the same time, liberators attacked the airfield at Abbeville. Squadrons of Royal Air Force, United States Army Air Force, Dominions, and Allied fighters gave protection. 7 enemy fighters were destroyed. 1 of our fighters and 2 bombers are missing. Sir William Beveridge spoke to a big meeting at Oxford today and drew for his audience a picture of a new Britain after the war. To think of this now, he said, is not to neglect the war. Victory in war and victory in peace are inseparable. Then he named 5 specific evils to be attacked. Want, disease, ignorance, squalor, and idleness. What Sir William Beveridge urged today at Oxford is the setting up of an economic general staff to make a national design for the use of Britain's national resources. Of course, none of this is going to come easily, and that's all right with Sir William Beveridge, who said, there are no easy times ahead in war or peace. Who wants them? London Sunday newspapers appeared today with carefully worded little stories written by the journalists the British call political correspondents. These all said that the political correspondent of, fill in the name of the paper here, understands that Minister for Air, Sir Archibald Sinclair, has been invited to be the next Viceroy of India, and it is believed that he will accept. This is a recognized method in Britain, as in other countries, of sending up a trial balloon. The British call it flying a kite. And the idea here, just as in the United States, is if the cautious little newspaper items bring roars of indignation, then the government can look surprised and can point out that nothing official had ever been said. So far today, there have been no roars of indignation. Not far from London is the town of Greenwich, home of the Royal Observatory. Through Greenwich runs the zero meridian on all maps and charts. Ships on all the world's oceans base their positions on the distance they happen to be at the time from this little town of Greenwich. Before they can even determine where they are, the ship's officers have to know just what time it is in Greenwich. All this worldwide activity is centered in Greenwich's Royal Observatory, where the astronomers have been studying the heavens for a good many years. Today, the observatory announced that sunspot activity, which has been interfering with radio and cable communications off and on for several years, is dying down. There was a storm at the beginning of this week, but the 5 or 6 year cycle is near its end. The disturbances are growing less severe and less frequent. Greenwich astronomers intended this to be good news for British radio listeners, but British listeners would have appreciated it more if the astronomers had told them where to buy a new radio tube when the old ones wear out. Now back to CBS New York and John Daly.
And here's Warren Sweeney with a word from Admiral Radio.
Gabriel is devoting all its facilities to making radio communications equipment for the armed forces. Few new Admiral radios are available for civilian use, so today we'd like to use Admiral's time in paying tribute to the Army Signal Corps. Do you recognize this sound? It's made by beating on a hollow log, a means of communication actually used by the Army when the Signal Corps was organized in 1859. For many years, the Signal Corps has been on the job. By 1899, over 40 years ago, the Army Signal Corps already had a radio station in operation. True, it sent messages a distance of only 11 miles from Fire Island to Fire Island Lighthouse, but the foresightedness shown in establishing it made possible the Signal Corps of today. Radio in trucks, tanks, planes, complete broadcasting and receiving sets so small they can be carried in the palm of the hand. Others so large they develop twice the power of the largest commercial stations in the country. This equipment is saving lives, speeding victory, because the Army Signal Corps developed the kind of radio which meets all conditions imposed by modern war. Admiral is proud to be building such equipment for the Signal Corps. And now, here once again for Admiral Radio is John Daly.
It was just 1 year ago tomorrow that the Japanese struck at the Hawaiian Islands, leaving our great naval base at Pearl Harbor a mass of sinking and battered warships. There's a different story there today. And Admiral Radio takes you next to CBS Honolulu, Webley Edwards reporting.
It was on a Sunday like this 365 days ago that this war started for America right here at Pearl Harbor in the island of Oahu in Hawaii. I had a sickening in my stomach as I saw the great ships of our Pacific Fleet bombed and torpedoed at their moorings that day. When it was all over, the Arizona was sunk and destroyed. The Oklahoma was turned over, her keel up. The California, Nevada, and West Virginia were far down in the water. The Pennsylvania, the Maryland, and the Tennessee had been hit. The cruisers Helena, Honolulu, and Raleigh were damaged. 2 destroyers, the Cassis and the Downs, were destroyed in a dry dock. Another, the Shaw, seemed to be blown half away. The great old mine layer, Oglala, was down in the water, and so was the old target ship, the Utah. 2 fleet task forces had been carrying out assignments at sea, and 2 Pacific Fleet task forces were in the harbor after extensive operations at sea. Of the 86 ships in the harbor, 19 were sunk or damaged. Both our Army and Navy forces on Oahu lost scores of planes. All this had happened because we, as a nation, had thought Japan would play the game as an honorable nation. Dishonorably, the Japs threw a sneak punch. There was, of course, bewilderment, some confusion, and a lot of disillusionment. Ships stricken, planes crushed, airfields pockmarked with bombs. There was talk about our leaders. And then all at once, it didn't seem nearly so bad. Men worked as men had never worked before, and ships steamed out one by one to take their place with our fighting fleet. I'll never forget the thrill of seeing a battleship, another battleship that had been in the bottom of Pearl Harbor, going out through the harbor narrows one bright morning, her flag proudly flying, her men lining her decks. She was going out to fight, and we all had lumps in our throats. Of those ships that were struck that reeling blow, only the Arizona is permanently and totally lost. Air strength was replaced in a few days. The fleet had to start fighting immediately. The raids on the Marshall's, Wake, and Marcus Island gave the fleet the confidence that comes from action. And that action was shown in the Coral Sea and in the invasion of New Guinea. Then the Battle of Midway, and now the Solomons, each action of increasing importance. We have lost ships, but the enemy has lost far more. We have lost men, but the enemy has paid a price manyfold. At this minute, our land and sea forces are busy in Guadalcanal and in New Guinea, blasting out the foothold for our future drive toward Japan. Today, 1 year later, Pearl Harbor looks mighty sweet. The old harbor's bustling, noisy, busy, and men have the bright look of confidence in their faces. And that's the situation out here 1 year later. This is Webley Edwards at Pearl Harbor. We return you to CBS in New York.
American paratroops in North Africa have gone into action for the first time in this war. Their attack followed plans long and carefully rehearsed. For the story of the training of our paratroops, one of Columbia's correspondents has visited one of their camps. We take you to CBS over Lawson Field, Fort Benning, Georgia. Bill Slocum, Jr. reporting.
I am standing at the door in the rear of an AC-47, a cold and efficient piece of flying war machinery. 2 benches run the length of the plane. Sitting on the benches, facing across the aisle, are 8 young men of the 507th Parachute Regiment. They are going to make today's jump. Now, as we near the jumping point, they are smoking, chatting, and looking the way any man with a grain of sense should look when he's about to jump 1,000 feet straight down. I don't think they realize they're talking a little louder than usual, and that there is a grimness about their eyes. They are not afraid. If they were, they wouldn't be parachutists. They're just bright enough to realize that jumping out of airplanes is a job that requires more of the brain than the muscles or even the heart. When jumping time comes, the jump master will order the men to stand up. His next order is hook up. With that, each jumper fastens a hook to a steel cable running the length of the plane. This hook is on the end of a roving rope, which is fastened to the parachute. The third order is check equipment, and then come the orders for the actual jump. The men step out, right foot first, and arms folded across their chest. When the jumper exhausts the short length of rope attached to the cable, it snaps the chute open, and down he goes. He'll do the 1,000 feet in about 45 seconds. As they jump, you'll hear them yell their battle cry. The 507th battle cry is Geronimo, and they'll really yell it, too. Each jumper wears a chute on his chest as an emergency chute. They are operated by hand. The jumper packs his own chutes. There are a couple of riggers or repairers on this plane now. Every so often, a rigger has to jump. That custom tends to keep a rigger's mind on his work. Now the motors begin to slow down slowly, and I imagine we're coming in for our jump.
Stand up and hook up!
There, the lieutenant orders the men to stand up and hook their static lines.
Equipment!
Check equipment. They are now checking the equipment. Each man checks the parachute on the back of the man in front of him. Now they're okay.
Okay! Let's okay! 5 okay!
You can hear them.
4 okay! 3 okay! 2 okay! 1 okay! Hold up and stand in the door!
All the parachutes have been checked and they're ready. You can hear them closing up now with their static lines and their hooks.
Are you ready? Ready! Go!
There they go. So they went through that like Roxiettes. The jump master's main job is to aim the shootist. He knows where he wants them to land, and after figuring out the wind, why, he tells them to go. And he wants to know where he wants to put that lethal cargo which they carry. And lethal it is, too, because when these men land, they unload a devastating firepower in Tommy guns, rifles, mortars, and their very good pal, the hand grenades. Incidentally, the men who jumped for us that time, and they're all going down very nicely now, were Staff Sergeant Spanius, Cambridge, Massachusetts, Sergeant Price of Dillon, South Carolina, Private First Class Wilson of Louisville, Kentucky, Private First Class Sunsbo of Omaha, Nebraska, Private Harvey of Des Moines, Iowa, Private Lavisa of Joliet, Illinois, Private Kelly of South Bend, Indiana, and Sergeant Bello of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Yes, parachute jumping is nothing you do for laughs, but it is as safe as any of the arms of the Army of the United States, and it is the highest paid branch, too, which seems reasonable enough. I return you now to John Daly in New York and CBS.
Developments here at home, and for news of the fighting in the Solomons, Admiral Radio takes you to CBS Washington. Lee White reporting.
In Washington, the reaction to the idea of a Pearl Harbor anniversary communique has been generally favorable. Few people here would deny that under the circumstances, our Navy could have done anything else but hide from the enemy the full extent of our tremendous losses. Release of most of the tragic details today has had a sobering effect on the people of Washington. But there's some consolation in the anniversary report of the War Production Board. Though we'll fall short of our production goal by 15% in 1942, the fact that we shall have produced 49,000 airplanes, 32,000 tanks and motorized artillery, 17,000 tons of anti-aircraft, and more than 8 million tons of merchant shipping is really more than we had any right to expect a year ago when we displayed such flagrant weakness at Pearl Harbor. 2 hours ago, the Navy Department released another communique. It reports that Marine Corps raiders destroyed 5 enemy encampments on Guadalcanal last Friday and killed 400 Japanese with a loss to themselves of only 17 dead. Army Airacobra fighters, the Navy says, continue to attack the enemy's bases, and on Friday strafed 15 landing barges and rafts near Tasafaranga. This would seem to indicate that the Japanese have been able to land small numbers of troops despite the battle of November 30th, when we destroyed their latest invasion convoy. Since the publication of the Beveridge Plan for Post-War Security in the United Kingdom, many people have been wondering if the United States government has not been working on a similar plan. The answer is it has, and it's now possible to reveal that a 50,000-word report of the National Resources Planning Board has been lying on President Roosevelt's desk for almost a month. We return you now to CBS New York and John Daly.
And here's Warren Sweeney with a word from Admiral Radio.
All over Europe today, the Nazi-controlled radio is pouring forth its usual torrent of lies, excuses, and edicts of cruelty. Here in America, radio serves a different purpose: to give Americans periods of honest news, such as this Admiral-sponsored program, to entertain, to promote free discussions of public matters, and to aid in understanding the various war measures. Because American radio does these things, a radio set is a necessity in the American home, and the radio you own should give the best possible service at all times. If it doesn't, have your Admiral dealer put it in tip-top shape. Never mind whether your set is an Admiral or some other brand. Admiral dealers are pledged to help keep all radios on the beam for the duration. When victory is won, they'll have new Admiral radios and Admiral radio phonograph combinations, for Admiral will again take its place as the world's largest manufacturer of radio phonograph combinations with automatic record changers. But until that time, Admiral will be busy supplying the radio equipment needed by the armed forces. And Admiral dealers will be on the job helping to keep our radios on the home front in perfect operating condition. World News Today is brought to you each Sunday at this hour by Continental Radio and Television Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, America's smart set. Be sure to listen next Sunday, when Admiral will again give you World News Today by shortwave, direct from the leading news centers of the world. In spite of what you may have heard or read, our country is critically short of rubber. That, not a shortage of gasoline, is the reason for gasoline rationing. Our armed forces need rubber as much as they need arms and ammunition. Do your part. Obey the spirit as well as the letter of the law. Share your car and go twice as far. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The WBBM Air Theater, Wrigley Building, Chicago.
Because of the broadcast which follows, the program The Better Half will not be heard tonight. It will be presented over most of these stations next Monday evening at 9:30 Eastern Wartime.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Gabriel Heater inviting you on a journey prepared especially for you by WOR's War Services Division and the Mutual Network. 1 year after Pearl Harbor has brought vast and overwhelming change for millions of American homes. Millions of men have gone into uniform and thousands of women are in uniform. More than 500,000 women are holding down war jobs. Vast, overwhelming change rolls across America. We've had casualties and we've avenged many. We've been taken by surprise and we've surprised our enemies. We've been hit and we've struck back. We're a long way from Berlin and Tokyo, but all men realize we are on our way. Meanwhile, everything at home has felt war's impact and amazing change. Gone are the days when you roll up to a garage and say, fill her up. We're using ration books. gasoline, coffee, sugar, and rubber are priceless. Homes in which meat every day was taken for granted now wonder what will it be like when meat is rationed. Or keeping rooms at wartime temperatures. We're buying bonds and paying higher taxes, and millions who never before filled out an income tax blank will be doing it now. Wartime controls move in on salaries, wages, income, on travel and materials and supplies. And most people realize we'll get even more controls and heavier rationing next year. 1 year after Pearl Harbor is a good day to look in on a changed America and see how well we take it. Find out how other parts of our daily living have changed. In the work we do, in songs we sing, and music we dance to. For war is more than building ships, planes, tanks, and guns. It's more than buying bonds. It's more than giving up. War is going on and accepting it all. For years, many of us watched war roll across Europe, and much of it was almost unreal. People gathering scraps, women giving up housework for building planes, people accepting substitutes. And now it's all come here to us. And you and I wonder how are Mr. and Mrs. John Doe Americans responding to it all. Part of our journey tonight is to find out. We're going to crowded places like Times Square. We're going to a quiet village street. We're going out into a cross-section of America to let you see what 1 year of war has meant for us all. The first chapter of our story begins with Keith Perrin.
I'm speaking to you now from a point just north of Times Square. We're broadcasting by means of WOR's shortwave equipment installed in a taxi cab. And in a moment, we'll move on down into Times Square proper. You know, after 12 months of war, that's all it is. Just Times Square. No longer can it be called the Great White Way. Gone are the spectacular electric signs which made Broadway an international landmark. They not only have been extinguished for the nightly dim-out, but some have been dismantled and turned into salvage. The Great White Way has gone to war.
December 7th, 1942. The National Broadcasting Company today presents a special memorial broadcast of Eyes Aloft.
Army Flash. 1. Bi-motor. Low. Scene. 15 Lucy 4. Overhead. East.
Flying along, watching the skies, watching the planes flying the lanes up below.
Eyes Aloft, the 4th Fighter Command of the United States Army Air Forces, in cooperation with West Coast radio stations, presents this special December 7th program, paying tribute to America's war dead, honoring all of America's fighting men, and celebrating the first year of action of the 150,000 volunteer civilians of the Aircraft Warning Service.
Eyes aloft, night and day, we'll help protect the USA.
This is Ken Carpenter speaking. A gala program tonight. William E. Kepner, Commanding General of the 4th Fighter Command, has flown to Hollywood to be with us. Also, you will hear from high-ranking officers of the Anti-Aircraft Artillery and Army Air Corps. We will switch controls to an observation post, to a filter center, and an anti-aircraft target range. Gordon Jenkins and the Hollywood Choir have special musical presentations. And here now is your Eyes Aloft narrator, Gane Whitman.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Today, December 7th, 1942, America has been at war 1 year. But not only men in uniform fight this war. There is also a vast army of civilian volunteers who carry on the fight here at home. The Aircraft Warning Service. How many of you can look back and recall how it all started? Well, listen. In the summer of 1941, the 4th Fighter Command of the United States Army Air Forces planned a coast-wide, border-to-border practice maneuver. For the first time in American military history, civilians were to become participants in the war games. Quietly, swiftly, the Army went at the gigantic task of organizing civilian forces. In the Pacific Northwest, Major Richard Carlgren assumed the tremendous task of organizing the Aircraft Warning Service. In the southern area, Major John C. Gray tackled the monumental job. In July of 1941, Major Gray went to Sacramento to talk with Dick Graves, then head of the State Defense Council.
So there, Mr. Graves, I've told you the Army story.
What a job you have ahead of you, Major Gray.
I need help. In particular, I need your help.
All right. What can I do?
I'd like your office to contact every one of your county defense councils.
Okay. And do what, sir?
I want the name of some outstanding citizens in each county.
You're after leaders?
Absolutely. I select one man from each county as the organizer of the Ground Observation Corps.
And what will that man do?
It'll be his responsibility to work with the Army. We must select locations for observation posts, pick up area supervisors, and we have to work fast.
For 5 intense months, the 4th Fighter Command worked with local civic leaders. The Ground Observer Corps was rapidly organized. It was a tightly formed system and intersystem of thousands of observation posts, filter centers, information centers. This Ground Observer Corps would, when the time came, alert Army aircraft, searchlight batteries, anti-aircraft artillery, barrage balloon units, would set into immediate motion a vast and intricate maze of military defense. At last, all was ready to test. The system was to be tried December 11th. The war games to be started. But on December 7th, the tyrant nation started a different sort of war game. A real war game. Sunday morning, December 7th, 1941. The Hawaiian Islands, Honolulu, the dastardly bombing of Pearl Harbor by the Japanese. Listen to this eyewitness account of the bombing of Honolulu. Major Ernest Keating, now commanding officer of a fighter group in the state of Washington, was in Hawaii last December 7th.
Everything was peaceful and quiet at Wheeler Field at 7:50 on the morning of last December 7th. A few moments later, I heard an airplane in a dive, and it made a noise like a United States Navy dive bomber. At the end of the dive, I heard an explosion, and at that time, I thought the pilot had failed to pull out of his dive. Before I could reach a window, I heard many explosions in rapid succession. Then I realized somebody was bombing the devil out of the place. But I thought that the Navy had a bombing range nearby and was merely getting in some target practice. However, when I rushed outside, I saw a column of dense black smoke coming from a place on our flying field. I then surmised that one of the planes did fly into the ground, and that what I saw was the smoke from his burning plane. At this point, the enemy swooped down and began to strafe Wheeler Field with machine gun and cannon fire. When I heard the machine guns, I at last knew we were being attacked, but wasn't quite sure who was doing it. Just then, I saw several dive bombers north of the hangars and recognized them as Japanese. The enemy machine gunned Wheeler Field for about 25 minutes. This was the longest 25 minutes I have ever spent. It would have been suicide to run out on the field to try to reach any of our planes. 2 or 3 hangars was an inferno of flames. Planes were burning on the field. Ammunition dumps were exploding all about us. Then the Japs left. I ran and helped carry wounded men from a barracks to the hospital. Then the Japs came back. This time I could see them bombing Pearl Harbor several miles away. I saw a great column of smoke rise. It later proved to be from the sinking Arizona. No man or woman who was in Hawaii last December 7th will ever forget that horrible surprise.
At home on that sunny Sunday morning, here in a trusting, believing America, people went about their way as usual. Those who weren't at church perhaps were relaxing in front rooms of homes. Sunday papers scattered about, children reading funnies spread out on the floor, wives in the kitchen contemplating the Sunday dinner menu.
Daddy, Bill won't let me have the part with the funnies. He Who's just sitting on it?
Matthew, Belly. Come on, give your sister the part with Blondie.
Aw, here, sissy.
Henry,
Yes, dear.
what are you doing?
I'm reading.
Now, you promised to clean the garage today.
Oh, well, I said some Sunday, not this Sunday. I'm going to see what's on the radio for a minute. Yeah.
Now, Henry, if you don't turn off that radio and go clean the garage, I won't cook dinner.
Oh, now, Martha. Hey, do you hear that? Sky Lombardo, your favorite orchestra.
Henry, you're just stalling.
Oh, well.
We interrupt this program for a news flash from Washington, D.C. 1 moment, please.
What goes, Dad?
Oh, wait, listen.
At 7:55 a.m. Hawaiian time this morning, Japanese planes dropped bombs on Pearl Harbor Naval Base, strafed wheel to wheel.
What?
Many civilians, as well as Army and Navy personnel, are believed dead. The amount of destruction is unknown.
Lord, Martha.
Keep tuned to this station for latest news developments.
Turn it off.
Yeah. Never have trusted those dirty Japs.
That'll mean war for us, won't it, Henry?
Yeah, that'll mean war for us, Martha.
Oh.
Oh, now, wait a minute. Don't get jittery. Probably just Jack Miller calling to see if I've heard the news yet.
Will Daddy have to go to war, Mother?
Oh, I don't know. Not for a while. Now, don't worry, Betty.
Yeah? Yeah, this is Henry Smith. Who? Oh, yeah. Now? Me?
What is it, Henry?
Well, I'm glad to. Yeah, I'll put on my coat and be right up. Yeah, goodbye.
Well, where are you going, Henry?
I don't want Daddy to leave.
Now, Martha, now look, kids. Now, this is no time for nerves. That was Phil Lockhart. He's chief observer at our post.
But where were you going?
He's calling observers to man the post. Say, it's 4 days ahead of December 11th. The aircraft warning service is going right into operation anyway.
This won't be play war as you all had planned it.
No, Martha, no. It's the real McCoy.
Yes.
We'll be watching for real enemy planes now. I got to get my leather jacket.
You don't know when you'll be back?
I don't know. Hey, gosh, Martha, just think.
What?
The honor I've just had tossed at me. Why, I'll be standing guard on the first doggone watch. Hey, gee, kids, you ought to be proud of your old man now.
Up and down the Pacific coast, in every city, town, village, and hamlet, civilian men and women observers and filter center workers were called to duty that Sunday morning. The Army supervised the job. The people of the country, volunteers all, were working in civilian clothes as part of the United States Army. Though they wore no uniforms of khaki, they knew on that ominous Sunday that they, too, were members of America's fighting forces.
At this moment, we switch controls to a typical observation post. Located on northern California's Monterey Peninsula, the new little post building sits high on a rocky promontory that juts out into the turbulent waters of the Pacific Ocean. Calling Monterey Peninsula.
This is Captain E.G. Morrison, South Coast Ground Observer Officer, speaking to you from the sea cliffs in front of the observation post. With me are several loyal observers. First, I want you to meet 82-year-old hale and hearty Finn Froelich.
Finn's coming north by west tonight.
And strong. Weren't you an old-time Norwegian sea captain before you retired, Mr. Froelich?
That I was, Captain. I've paced the bridge many a night, watching the sea. Now I am pacing on this cliff, watching for the enemy.
Well, I know they'll never get by you, Mr. Froelich. Mr. Froelich has been an observer at this post since last December 7th. And here's Mrs. Caris Weston, another of the post observers.
Can't we take the microphone inside now, Captain Morrison? I think people would enjoy meeting our chief observer, Whit Wellman, and his wife, Olga. They're on duty tonight, you know.
Well, we'll go on in. But first I want to point out about this stone wall around the shack here. Didn't you have something to do with building that wall, Mrs. Weston?
Yes, Captain Morrison.
Was it your idea?
I began it. The other observers helped finish it.
Well, this is certainly a splendid post now. The way all you people have worked and built it up from nothing. Let's go on in now. Will you open the door for me, Mr. Froelich?
Yes, sir.
Warm in here. I think we all spent enough time outside keeping this post going when we didn't have a shack.
Oh, Mr. Wellman, you're chief observer at this post.
That's right. Of course, my wife here did a large amount of the early work in securing observers.
That was a long time ago. It was just a year ago today that we first started calling observers to come and stand duty on this coast.
There wasn't any building here then, was there?
No, from Pearl Harbor to January 3rd, observers just stood up here, exposed to the wind and the rain.
That was pretty disagreeable work.
Yes, but we knew it had to be done. On January 3rd, we bought a bag, and we brought it up here.
That was a sleeping bag?
Yes, it was the one way to keep warm.
Well, that is fairly warm anyway.
Well, how far were you from the telephone?
Oh, we had to run about 200 feet at the phone at the home down below.
We couldn't run exactly. We'd stumble along the rocky path that leads down the hill.
Then you'd have to climb up all over again and make another flash call.
It was really pioneering in those days.
Well, this post, like so many others in the Pacific Coast, have come a long way in a year.
Well, Charlie Shepard, our county director, explained that if we ever had to have any building or anything else, we would have to arrange for them ourselves, and we did. We raised enough to build this fine little shack. It's well insulated, warm, and it helps us to keep a full quota of observers at all times.
Some one of us in this community will be right here on guard as long as we're needed.
And that seems to be the spirit of the Ground Observer Corps workers, to stay in the job as long as they're needed. This is Captain Morrison returning the program to Hollywood.
The 4th Fighter Command's Aircraft Warning Service is composed of two major units, the Ground Observer Corps and the Filter Center workers. Filter centers are located in many of the key cities along the Pacific Coast. We now take you to Seattle, Washington, where you will hear from Mrs. Negley England, Director of Civilian Components, and Signal Officer Colonel Richard Carlgren.
We've come a long way since our first meeting 16 months ago, haven't we, Mrs. England?
Yes, indeed, Colonel Carlgren.
This anniversary of Pearl Harbor brings back many memories.
Yes, but my 16 months with the Aircraft Warning Service seems small when I realize that as far back as 1939, you of the Army were actively engaged in laying the groundwork in this area for the AWS.
Yes, we were planning a test maneuver even as far back as 1939. But looking back to the first cornerstone of our present AWS here in Seattle, laid in July of 1941, I can remember the afternoon at your home, Miss England, with 10 Seattle women to whom you have given the responsibility of each recruiting 10 other volunteers.
Yes, we were out to form a group of 100 workers for the first filter center training.
Then I set out to organize similar groups in other western Washington cities where filter centers were to be established.
Just think how long that was before Pearl Harbor. Little did we realize then how those first 100 loyal women would grow to the vast organization we have here now.
No one of them at the time guessed they were signing up for a steady job.
No. We expected to dismiss our volunteers right after Thanksgiving. Just call them back occasionally for brush-up training, so they'd always be ready for any emergency. Remember the morning of December 8th, Colonel Carlgren?
Will I ever forget it?
I mean, the way our volunteers reported for duty, many without being called. Remember the speed and efficiency with which they took their places in the Filter and Information Center?
The great thing about it all, Mrs. England, is that the same spirit has carried on these last 12 months without a waver.
And we're all going to carry on for the duration.
Well, we of the military can never say enough in praise of our civilian volunteers. You yourself, Mrs. England, with nearly 4,000 hours of volunteer service.
Well, don't forget, there are many, many others who have served well into the 1,000 and 2,000-hour brackets. I'm sure we all feel that what we've done has been worth the time spent.
Your compensation has come, no doubt, in knowing that you have all done your jobs well. You have the satisfaction of knowing that others may live in safety without fear of enemy attack. It is the fighting spirit, exemplified in our volunteer workers throughout the Pacific Coast, that has carried us all so successfully over this first hard year.
The Gordon Jenkins Orchestra and Choir join in a modern song of hope. When the lights go on again all over the world.
All over the world.
for daily bread, for homes unbombed above our heads. We thank thee for the right to live and breathe free men. And when, at end of day, we turn unto our beds to rest in quiet peace, we thank thee, Lord.
Then we'll have time for things like wedding rings and free heart will sing. When the lights go on again, all over the
Now we want to introduce the man whose mission is the protection of the Pacific Coast. He has flown his plane here tonight so that he may speak to us on this memorable date. We present the commander of the 4th Fighter Command, General William E. Kepner.
December 7th, 1942. We have been at war 1 year. The task undertaken by the civilian volunteers of the Aircraft Warning Service last September the 7th seemed a stupendous one. There were no signposts to guide us. We were hitting the pioneer trail, and we have come through our first year together. The Aircraft Warning Service is new to modern warfare. In the beginning, we may have lacked training, facilities, and background. But the 150,000 men and women of the AWS did not lack courage, initiative, and resourcefulness. Last December, a few good citizens told us that the volunteer system would fold up by spring. When spring came, some told us that summer vacations would strike a death blow to the volunteer group. In the fall, it was said by some that the volunteers would not go through another winter. But you, the volunteers of the Aircraft Warning Service, have shown how wrong the prognosticators were. Today, the target stands continue to march across the filter boards. To you who are in the audience here tonight, and to those who are listening at their radios, may I express my heartfelt appreciation for the work you have done. And may I thank you for the work I know you will continue to do, so long as your services are needed by the Army. Now may I present one of my staff officers. He is a man many of you know, for he has spent much of his time in the field organizing the Pacific Coast Aircraft Warning Service. Lieutenant Colonel John C. Gray.
We have reached a milepost. Today we can look back with satisfaction upon the many problems we have solved together. But we cannot rest upon our oars. I am sure that all volunteers wish to join with those of us in uniform in rededicating ourselves to the task ahead and to pledge again allegiance to our nation and to the Aircraft Warning Service. There are in the studio audience tonight nearly 300 women who have served faithfully and continuously at the big Los Angeles Information Center since last December 7th. They will now rise and repeat after me the pledge. And those of you volunteers listening in at your radios, wherever you may be, we ask that you, too, repeat the pledge with us. Will all volunteers of the Pacific Coast please rise? The 4th Fighter Command Oath of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the United States of America and to the 4th Fighter Command, and to the United States Army Air Forces, and to the mission with which it is charged.
And to the mission with which it is charged.
The protection of the Pacific Coast and of the nation.
The protection of the Pacific Coast and of the nation.
From invasion by enemy aircraft.
From invasion by enemy aircraft.
Another member of my headquarters staff is Colonel Carl Wally, anti-aircraft artillery officer. Colonel Wally.
The anti-aircraft artillery is ready and waiting when and if the enemy ever dares to attack our western shores by air. Anti-aircraft guns can speak with real authority if our crews are warned ahead of time that the enemy is approaching. You, the Volunteer Aircraft Warning Service, must be ever on guard so that you can flash the message to us. You are vital to the protection of the nation.
And now, General Kepner, we are ready to transfer our controls to an unidentified practice target range in the Southern California area. We are ready to pay our tribute to those who have died in the fight for freedom.
It is a time-honored military right to fire a salute to the heroic dead. It is fitting that such tribute be paid the dead of this war, particularly to those of Pearl Harbor who received a stab in the back last December 7th. But we are a nation engaged in an all-out war effort. Today, every bit of war material must be used to stab back at a treacherous enemy. We cannot justify the waste of a minute of one soldier's time. We cannot spare 1 ounce of gunpowder, 1 scrap of brass. Today, our tribute to the war dead must be practical, as I am sure those valiant men would want it to be. When you hear the anti-aircraft guns firing, their purpose will be twofold. First, they speak our nation's solemn tribute to those who have not died in vain. Secondly, they are the snarling voices of guns, fired by crews perfecting themselves so that someday they may lay a well-placed blast into an enemy plane.
We switch controls now to a firing point on the southern cliffs of the Pacific Ocean. General D.D. Hinman, commanding officer of the anti-aircraft artillery, is there watching tonight's practice. Are you ready down there, Joy Storm?
Okay, Ken Carpenter. Here on the cliffs of the Pacific is a mighty battery of high-powered anti-aircraft guns. Above us has been flying an Army bomber towing a sleeve, a target at which the gun crew has been firing. Their accuracy is amazing. From the hills around us, giant searchlights stab cold white beams of light up into the air, converge on the target being towed by the plane, follow it through the night. The plane, out over the ocean, will soon be coming back again. And oh, here I see General Hinman, who is here tonight inspecting this gun crew's working, walking across the field. General Hinman, would you come up here and tell us all that is permissible about what's going on?
Well, Mr. Storm, this gun crew has been scoring heavily against the target.
Well, these are pretty big guns, aren't they, General Hinman?
Big and powerful. I wish I could tell you how high up they can fire a projectile, but I can't.
Well, I know that you had to clear the ocean more than 6 miles out before practice could begin.
Yes, Mr. Storm, these guns will shoot straight up in the air as far as any anti-aircraft guns built today. If any enemy aircraft gets anywhere within their range, the enemy better start saying his prayers.
Well, I'd hate to be an enemy plane trying to get through this gun crew that's firing tonight.
Think they're pretty good, do you?
Well, I have a new feeling of security for my family, General Hinman. That's one way I can put it.
Light finder on target. Director on target. Command, firing.
A gun crew at practice. A salute to our war dead. Though the lights of the world are dim this December 7th, the torch of freedom shall always burn brightly. This is Gain Whitman on this memorable December 7th, 1942, saying goodnight to the 150,000 Aircraft Warning Service civilian volunteers who keep constant vigil of our home front so that America will always be safe from any attack by air. Good night.
Eyes Aloft is produced for the 4th Fighter Command by Robert L. Redd. Music is under the direction of Gordon Jenkins. This is Ken Carpenter charging you to always remember, Eyes Aloft.
Eyes aloft, watching the sky, watching the planes flying the lanes up above. Eyes aloft, always on guard, lending a hand, protecting the land we love.
Eyes Aloft comes to you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Eyes aloft,
to see you. My name's Beverly. What's yours? Well, welcome welcome all of you to our KNX Victory Bells all-girl jamboree with Mabel Todd, Martha Mears, the Music Maids, Wilhelmina Gould, Bea Turpin and her 8 jills of jive, yours truly, Beverly, the Reveille girl, and our red-headed mistress of ceremonies, Lorene Tuttle. Thank you, boys, thank you. And you too, Beverly. By the way, fellas, if we girls all sound a little goofy tonight, it's not our fault. We did one of our camp shows last Monday night, and we're still feeling the effects of our ride in a recon car. Brother. For you folks that don't happen to know, a recon car is sort of a solid-top Jeep with the jitters.
Say, Lorene.
Yes?
Can we do our number now? It's for a soldier who goes on sentry duty at 6:15, and we promised we'd let him hear it before he leaves.
Well, Pat, you've only got 8 minutes left, so you better get started. The Music Maids... Oh, wait a minute. Just a minute, girls. Hello?
Hello, Lorene. This is me, Mabel Todd.
Oh, I know.
Hey, I'm sorry I ain't down there at the studio yet, but I fell.
You fell? Did you hurt yourself?
No, I fell asleep. I'm on my way down there now, though. I'm phoning from a drugstore in Pomona.
Well, Mabel, I can hardly hear you. Will you get a little closer to the phone?
I can't.
Why not?
The drugstore is closed.
Mabel?
Yeah?
Mabel, tell me something. What were you doing sleeping this time of day?
Oh, I was just taking a nap. Last lately at night, I just can't sleep.
Insomnia?
No, but just can't sleep.
Well, why don't you try my cure? I sleep on my stomach.
Not I can't get bored of bed.
Yes, I can, Mabel. I sleep between the sheets like anybody else.
Not me. I sleep between my sister and a window. Gee, ain't it wonderful just to lie in bed and drink to your maid?
Oh, have you got a maid?
No, but I got a bell. I think I'm going to get a maid, though. I'm getting too old for my mother to dress me.
Yes, I think so, too. Now, stop being so silly and get on down here.
Okay, but, well, wait a minute, Lorene. Before you hang yourself up, I want to tell you about a swell game that I got that we can play with the soldiers at our camp show.
Oh, well, good. How do you play it?
You take a picture of Hitler, and you put it on the floor, and then you all join hands and dance around it.
Well, what do you call that game?
Ring around the rodent.
Bring on your 10 little soldiers, girls. Listen to the story of a girl who had $1 million lords. She made a hit with all of them, and this is how the story goes. There were 10 little soldiers on a 10-day leave. All but the colonel's daughter, Genevieve. Each little soldier let the other two believe that he was going home to spend his 10-day leave. Some took a taxi cab and some a train. Some bought a ticket for a southbound plane. Some took a trolley to the west side of town. The 10 little soldiers, they were homeward bound. Each took a different direction. Each one in search of affection. Imagine their surprise and the shock they received when they got to do each other calling on Genevieve. The 10 little soldiers went from that to word. The 10 little sailor boys had got their fur. They crowded her door like a packed sardines when out walked Genevieve with 10 Marines. Each took a different direction, each one in search of affection. Just imagine the shock received when they busted to each other, calling on Genevieve. 10 soldiers went back to work. 10 sailor boys got their fur. They crowded her door like a packed sardine when out walked Genevieve with 10 Marines, tough Marines. Now instead of wearing stripes, they wear their hearts on their sleeves. The 10 little soldiers on a 10-day leave. That was swell, gal. Well, and you're not kidding about the boys really having fun during their leaves. You should have seen them over at the Hollywood Canteen the other night. It was so crowded, I danced for 3 hours and my feet never touched the floor once.
You know, Lorene, I was out with a soldier on leave last night, and he was wonderful.
Oh, really, Martha?
You know, he has that certain something that everybody just cries for.
A charming personality?
No, a sea book.
By the way, boys,
say hello to a swell gal with a voice to match. Martha Mears. Now, Marcy, what cooks with you in the music department? Well, I've got a number that's based on a famous quotation. Oh, what quotation is that? It's what Premier Molotov of Russia said to President Roosevelt. I came here to talk for Joe. I came here to talk for Joe. He wants me to let you know he can't keep that day with you tonight. I came here to talk for Joe. See, that kid sure loves you so. When he gets the chance, he said he'd ride. That guy has so much courage. I've seen the things he can do, but he never had the courage to tell you how he feels about you. He's got a perfect alibi. He can't be here and in the sky. So I came here to talk for Joe. That boy has so much courage. I know the things he can do, but he never had the courage to tell you how he feels about you. He's got a perfect alibi. He can't be here and in the sky. So I came here to talk for Joe. Martha, we're sorry Joe couldn't show up, but we're glad you did, because that song was lovely. Thank you, Louise. You know, fellows, Martha doesn't only sing, but she also plays the piano, and quite an accomplished musician.
Oh, that ain't nothing. I taught music.
You taught music?
Yeah, I taught music was easy, but it's hard.
Oh, well, she's here, fellows. Our crack victory bell, Mabel Todd.
Oh, hello.
Mabel, you certainly got down here in a hurry from Pomona.
Yeah, well, you know them fast trains and them quick automobiles and them speedy buses.
Yes.
I walked. I would have been here sooner, but I stopped by to see my girlfriend, Elsie. You know that doctor she works for?
Mm-hmm.
Poor soul, he's in the hospital.
If he's such a good doctor, why doesn't he treat himself?
Gosh, no, not him. He charges too much. He's the doctor that fixed my head when I was up on the roof of our house, and a car came along and ran over me. Gosh, he sure did hurt.
Mabel.
Lucky was my head, or I might have
Mabel.
hurt myself. What's that?
How could a car run over you if you were on the roof?
Well, you know them California drivers. No sense of direction. Oh, incidentally, I told Elsie I'd do a recitation for the doctor to kind of cheer him up. So I'll do it. Go ahead. Thank you. This one is for all the mothers.
All mothers? Oh, that's nice.
Yes. When children are naughty and cranky, don't put o'er your knee and spanky. Or without supper, don't put them to bed. Just take a crowbar and give them a hit in the head.
That was lovely, Mabel. It was so sentimental.
Hey, you know, speaking of mothers, my sister Beulah sure is worried about her little boy, Melville. In fact, we all are.
Why?
Well, at the age of 5, he started smoking. And at the age of 6, he started drinking. And now he's 7, and yesterday he shot his school teacher with a machine gun.
And you're worried?
Yeah, we're afraid he's going to grow up to be a bad boy. My poor sister Beulah, though, she sure is having grief. Besides Mel, though, she's having trouble with her husband and the furnace.
Her husband and the furnace?
Yeah, when she watches one, the other goes out. See, you know, them two, they don't get along any too good, Lorini. He says they was married by a justice of the peace, but the way they fight, I think it must have been the Secretary of War. It ain't very encouraging to a girl like me what's so romantically inclined, Lorini. About getting married and all I'm talking about,
Well,
yes.
most married people get along fine. You mustn't let that make you a, cynic.
A what, Sick?
Cynic.
What's that got to do with marriage? A cynic is where we wash the dishes. A kitchen cynic.
That's a sink.
Oh, no. Sink is when you make music with your throat. You sing a song.
You sing a song.
Sing a song? Sing is when you make music with your throat, you know. You sing a song.
I said you sing a song.
Sing is when you break your arm. You got it in a sing.
That's a sling.
What's the matter with you? Sling is when you don't talk good grammar. You talk sling.
You talk slang.
Slang is when you're saying goodbye to somebody. You know, you say, so long, see you later, get home.
That's long.
So long is what Dorothy Lamour wears in the movies.
Mabel, she wears it so wrong.
You're wacky. So wrong is what Kay Kaiser says. That's right, so wrong.
Right or strong, just sing your song, Mabel. My good.
Poor Lorini, I guess she isn't very bright. Poor soul, I'm so sorry for her. I wander today to the hills, Maggie, to where the scene below. The creek and the creek and old mill, Maggie, as we used to long, long ago. The green grass is gone from the hills, Maggie, where first the daisies sprung. Love songs were sung, my old man was hung. The creaking old mill is still, Maggie, since you and I were young. Now, Maggie, you're so different from the way you used to be when we pledged our love beneath that dear old apple tree. Maggie, you're getting baggy, though you won't admit you're not the chick you used to be. Now, when I see you boogie-woogie, dance me a laugh. Any minute you'll collapse, you can't stand the gap. Oh, Maggie, you'd better stop swinging, stop singing things like a bleeder-dee, bleeder-dee-dee-dee-dee-dee-dee. Stop getting hot, why your health you still got. Bleeder-dee, bleeder-dee, bleeder-dee-dee-dee-dee-dee-dee. Dee-dee-doo-dee-dee-doo-dee-dee. Why, Maggie, at your age, you know this jive is really kind of silly. Stop dancing around in the hills, Maggie. We'll just watch the scenes below. You've been fooling around. Now act your age, settle down. Dee-dee-dee-dee. 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 Oh, Maggie, I still love you,
Oh, here comes Beverly with the mail.
Beverly, got a letter for me?
Gee, I had to have one that Marine said he'd write. Oh, you and your Marine.
Oh, well,
Wait a second. There's mail for everybody here. But first I want to tell the boys in answer to some of our mail that we'll be at a Navy training station this coming Monday night. And lots of other places that we'll tell you about later. By the way, the first cadet at Litchfield, Arizona. And it was a request for Bea Turpin and her all-girl band to play I Found a New Baby.
But, Beverly, the girls are all set to play their new arrangement of Dinah.
Now, look, honey, if the Air Corps would like to hear our man. So come on, girls. Switch on. Contact. peachy with sugar on it, with a
Hey, Lorini.
Yes.
Beverly just gave me my letter from my brother, and he got the dog I sent to him and his buddies to be the mascot of their company.
Why, Mabel, that was a very nice thing for you to do.
Oh, he's a wonderful dog. Remember that movie Dog Strong Heart?
Yes.
Well, this is his brother, Weak Stomach.
What else does the letter say?
It says here, he is a fine dog. Bless you, brother, bless you. He is a fine dog, like you said. He is a cross between a pointer and a setter. But that's the trouble. He never sets where he points. I think he's more of a cockeyed spaniel. I'm glad you like the picture of me in my uniform that I sent you. No, that is not a flower pot I'm holding. It is a GI coffee cup. We have a new cook at the mess hall. Our old cook is in the hospital. By mistake, he ate some of his own food. The new cook is a little better. At least he tries to keep us happy. He even fixes spinach so the boys like it. Before serving, he dips it in beer. Signed, your loving brother, Lem.
Well, boys, now that we've had some music and a few laughs, I think it's time we get down to the serious part of our all-girl show. In these days of women doing men's jobs in defense plants and all along the line, we'd like to give you our version of what might happen if women took over the police department.
Oh, boys, can you imagine Hetty Lamar, Lana Turner, and Betty Grable as policewomen? What a crime wave there'd be.
Oh, you're not kidding, Martha. And now Victory Bells bring you their great dramatic epic, Ladies' Day at the Police Department. Or, if you can't make both ends meet, make one end vegetables, because there's a shortage of meat.
Our scene is laid in the office of the Chief of Police, Lorene Tuttle, and a certain person by the name of Todd is applying for a job.
So, Miss Todd, you'd like to get on the police force?
Yes, ma'am. I got all the qualifications for being a cop. I got big feet and I can sleep standing up.
Have you had any experience?
Well, I was out with a sailor once.
I mean police experience.
Well, once I shadowed a crook all day.
Did you catch him?
No, the sun went down and I lost his shadow.
This is my assistant, Sergeant Mears. She interviews the new applicants.
I'm glad to know you, kiddo.
Don't call me kiddo.
Okay, kid. Oh.
Don't be so impertinent. Let's see how much you know about the treatment of a captured criminal.
Yes, ma'am.
If you caught a thief, would you grill him?
Grill him? You talking about a thief or a hamburger? Just imagine barbecued burglars.
A fine policewoman you'd make. Why, you couldn't even run down a pair of heels.
You and who else?
You give me a headache.
What was that? What was you saying to me?
I said you give me a headache.
Go take an aspirin.
Well, Miss Todd, you're not exactly the type we'd like for a policewoman, but I'm going to give you a trial.
Well, thank you, ma'am. You're a dear, sweet, kind soul, and just remember, if you ever need a friend, go buy a dog.
Well, I'll see that you get your uniform and all your equipment.
Yes, ma'am.
Hat pins, a blackjack, and a sure-shot bean shooter.
What, no bulletproof girdles?
No girdles. And that's a movement that's going to become widespread.
You're telling me.
Now, policewoman Todd, your first duty is to take charge here for a while.
Yes, ma'am.
Sergeant Mears and I have to see the DA about the case.
If you get a cut price, I'll take a couple of bottles myself. Hey, wait a minute there. How can I be a lady cop if I ain't got no badge?
Oh, I'll get you one later.
Okay.
Meanwhile, you can wear mine.
Okay.
It's laying around here someplace.
Yeah.
Now, take my seat behind this disc.
Yes, ma'am.
Ouch! What happened?
I just found your badge.
Now, take good care of that badge. I'm very fond of it.
I'm stuck on it myself.
Goodbye, Officer Todd. I'll see you later.
Goodbye. Well, now I'm a lady cop. Small world, ain't it? Gosh, this sure is a quiet place. some police station. Nothing going on around here at all. Not a sign of life. Hey, maybe this is a gas station. Oh, well. Might as well grab myself a little sleep. Oh, there goes the telephone. No rest for the wicked. Hello? Police Todd, Officer Station talking. Police Station Officer, police talking. Hello.
Hello, police. I'm calling from the old maid's home. Hurry over. The old maids have just caught a burglar and they're holding him.
Well, we'll be right there. Who is this talking?
This is the burglar.
Poor soul. Hey, I wonder what's doing on that police radio here. I'm going to take a look.
Calling car 32. Calling car 32. Go to Hollywood and Vine. Stunning chiffon evening gown in the window. Pick it up. That is all. Rose O'Day.
Oh, boy. Well, I'm going to make a note of that.
Well, Officer Todd, I'm back.
Oh, hello, Chief.
What's your diction? Yeah. Anything happened since I left?
Oh, sure did. The Southside gang is on the loose again. At 1 o'clock, they robbed the First National Bank. At 2 o'clock, they robbed the Second National Bank. So at 3 o'clock, I took a bunch of cops and I waited for them at the Third National Bank.
What happened?
They robbed the First National Bank again. You can't trust them dirty crooks.
Oh, I'll bet that's the same bunch that robbed a different bank every night last week.
Yeah, with them every night is bank night. Oh, me, there's that phone again. Hello.
Hello, this is Officer Mears. I'm in Chinatown. I just found a corpse.
Is he dead?
He sure is.
Well, we'll be right down. Don't let him get away now. Come on, girls. We got work to do.
Say, who's going to drive the patrol car?
Me.
Can you drive?
Nope.
No. Why, we'll all be killed.
Gruesome, ain't it? Come on. Last one in the patrol wagon gives up her nylon stockings. Well, how do I look in my bobby socks?
Calling car 13. Calling car 13.
Hey, that's us.
Calling car 13. Girls, wipe off your windshield. Someone is stealing your radiator cap.
There's no sense of wiping it off. It just gets fogged up again. Hey, our radiator is steaming. Guess we ought to stop, huh?
So we can put water in the radiator?
No, so we can take my eggs out of there. They should be hard-boiled by now.
Say, Todd, that looks like the place over there. Pull over to the car.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, everybody, unfasten your safety belt.
All right, all out, girls. Let's see if we can pick the murderer up.
If you hear a shot, pick me up.
What was that?
Must be Officer Turpin. She always takes a couple of shots when she's nervous.
Oh, this place gives me the creeps. Look at that ivy clinging to the wall.
That ain't no ivy, that's me.
Officer Todd, there's a suspicious-looking character over there.
I'll handle him. Come here, you. What's your name?
My name, Long.
What's your first name?
Also?
Also Long?
Yeah, so long. We go now. Bye.
Hey, not so fast there, bud. Who's that guy all tied up over there in the corner?
Him captured by tongue. But him no talk.
Oh, tongue-tied, eh? Good joke. I just made up myself.
Very funny, but we still haven't found the murderer. Let's look over here behind these vases and bric-a-brac.
Bric-a-who?
Don't you know what bric-a-brac is?
Sure, I seen him in the movies. Frank Buck and bric-a-brac alive.
I'm going to try the floor upstairs. You look into these doors here.
Okay, kiddo. Nobody in here. Nobody in here.
Well, what do you want, nosy? What peep out of you and I'll plug you.
Nobody in here. Phew. I just getting kind of dark in here. Whew. It's kind of spooky. It's dark and all. Oh, me.
Okay, we got him. Flash the light on his face, Butch.
Oh, me, gangsters.
It's a lady cop, fellas. Well, there's only one thing to do. Shoot her. Men, get your guns ready.
Oh, no, sir. Just let me say 3 words.
No, get ready, men.
Just let me say 2 words.
No, come on, men. Aim.
Please, sir. Just let me say 1 word.
All right, yes, be brief. Just 1 word. What is it?
Help!
Idea anyway. Now I'm afraid it's good night to our listening audience while we go on with more entertainment for the boys down here at the studio. Some of them are going to make personal records which we will send to their folks back home. When you're in Hollywood, drop in and visit us here at KNX. And fellas, bring along your wives and sweethearts. And so for Mabel, Todd, Martha Mears, the Music Maid, Bea Turpin and her musical Jills of Jive, Wilhelmina Gould, and Beverly the Reveille Girl, this is Lorene Tuttle saying good night.
Yeah, good night, fellers.
The KNX Victory Bells is produced by Ona Munson and came to you from Columbia Square in Hollywood. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
KNX, Columbia Square, Los Angeles.
Results of war information. Gas First here. The personal direction of William F. Ronald, Milton Berle. And from Hollywood and New York, our master of ceremonies, Ronald Colman.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. The program has 2 audiences. One over here, listening now, and later by shortwave and by reed. The earlier part of our broadcasting is number 1 over here. Dinner and meeting of National Lynch of Carolina. From this point, 2 distinguished gentlemen will join us in a few minutes. But first, there's an affair Albert Ray Malak, new musical setting called The Pledge of Allegiance to the Flag, singing, may we suggest a word? Mr. Brookman's Orchestra, the Treasury Quarters, and Igor Gorin. and gentlemen, consider, if you will, the sovereign state of North Carolina. There, at Charlotte, the first American Declaration of Independence was signed, more than a year before the Continental Congress took similar action in Philadelphia. And there, a freedom-loving citizenry agreed to join the original Union of 13 states, only after a clause guaranteeing religious liberty was included in the Constitution. To the National Councils at Washington, North Carolina has sent many a wise leader through all the years of her history. But not all her illustrious statesmen belong to the past. One of our guests tonight has been a member of the Congress from the North Carolina district for 30 years. He is Robert L. Galton, chairman of the vitally important Ways and Means Committee of the House of Representatives. With Congressman Galton this evening is another great national leader, Secretary of the Treasury, Henry Morgenthau, Jr. In the main ballroom of the Robert E. Lee Hotel at Winston-Salem tonight, North Carolinians are holding a dinner for these two honored guests. At this dinner, Secretary Morgenthau and Congressman Galton will award scores of Treasury Minuteman sea flags. Each one of these flags indicates that at least 90% of the employees of a business organization in the state of North Carolina is investing 10% or more of its payroll in war bonds. Similar ceremonies for the awarding of Treasury sea flags are being held at this moment in Portland, Oregon, Hastings, Nebraska, Jackson, Michigan, Syracuse, New York, Waukegan, Illinois, and Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. We take you to the state of fighting men and fighting dollars, North Carolina. The next voice you will hear will be that of Congressman Galton, who will introduce Secretary Morgenthau.
Mr. Postmaster, Secretary, and Mrs. Morgenthau, Governor and Mrs. Bolton, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I am profoundly grateful and heavily indebted to my good friend Haynes, also good friend Governor Bolton, for their very generous words in presenting me to this magnificent gathering this evening. Much more laudatory than anything I've ever done could possibly want. Bob Haynes, as you all know, is one of the leading and most useful citizens of North Carolina. And Governor Bolton, of course, we always put him at the head and in the lead when we're discussing personalities, with one exception, and that is Mrs. Bolton. And whom I'm sure the governor would admit with pride is responsible for much of his growth and greatness. I am highly honored to appear before this splendid assemblage of North Carolinians here in Winston-Salem tonight, and other patriotic citizens who are listening in throughout the world and who have the same purpose that we all have. That is, of winning, doing everything we can, in every way we can, to win the terrible war in which we engage in the shortest time we possibly can. Our Commonwealth and you of this community have always been in the forefront of the battle wherever and whenever duty calls. Our nation has accepted the challenge to our democracy, our liberty, and our very lives by the most brutal gangsters
who have ever tried to enslave mankind or to overlord the human race or to pollute and poison the stream of civilization. Our boys are already in the thick of the fight on all the far-flung battle fronts of the world. Hundreds and hundreds of thousands more will soon be on their way. They know what we are fighting for, and we know what they are fighting for, and they will not let us down. And by the help of God, we will not let them down. I have not the slightest doubt about our winning this terrible war. We have made up our minds and are fighting with indomitable determination. I know, and so do you, that the price of this war will be great in blood and in lives, in heartaches and in suffering, in taxes and in bonds, and also in the widows and orphans that will be made. In my own humble judgment, we should pay for as much of the cost of this war as we can in taxes. Taxes are heavy. We know they should be heavy. As heavy as we can devise, short of strangling enterprise or shattering sound economic stability. That would be a short-sighted policy. However much we can raise in taxes, we can pay for only a part of the cost in taxes. A great part, the greater part for the time being, must be raised in loans by all our citizens to their government. I am told that already more than 50 million of our people have bought bonds and savings stamps. The war saving program appeals to me in many ways, both for the government and for individual people. It has in one way especially appeals to me. War savings calls for thrift, and thrift begets economy in our everyday lives as in our government. I have advocated economy in government during the 30 years that I have been a representative of the people in Congress. When you buy war savings stamps today, you help finance your government. You put the materials for fighting in the hands of our sons over there. And you help finance yourselves and your family security in the days to come. In the days when American industry quits producing war implements and begins to produce again the goods needed in our daily living. We are honored and happy to have the Secretary of the Treasury as our principal speaker on this great occasion. We in North Carolina are especially honored that he is speaking to us tonight and to the nation here in Winston-Salem, a great industrial center. Some claim the industrial heart of the South. I will not discuss that with you Winston-Salem people. He and I, the Secretary and I, are longtime friends and co-workers in our joint efforts to raise money to carry on the government. Our responsibilities have been greatly accentuated on account of the stupendous cause of prosecution for carrying on our war program. I have never known a more devoted or faithful public servant. He is a friend of the people. He is a patriot and a statesman in a truest sense. The financial burdens that he is carrying are the most gigantic in our history. My friends, I have the great honor and the happy privilege of presenting to this great assembly our Honorable Secretary of the Treasury, Honorable Able Secretary of the Treasury, Henry Morgan Saw, Jr.
tax legislation shall always be the product of a meeting of minds. It shall always be sound, just, fair to all the taxpayers. In introducing me, Mr. Dowson spoke with undisputed economy nowadays as Secretary of the Treasury. That burden has been especially great in this month of December. The Treasury is now in the midst of borrowing $9 billion in a single month, a borrowing operation unequaled in the annals of this or any other government. In this victory loan drive, we are depending upon the voluntary help of professional salesmen. It is theirs to lie idle in the hands of corporations, and it is their job to see that their country reports the nation that by no business day of our drive is more than 6.5. We have come more than 2/3. This is another proof of what a democratic people can do when their country falls upon them. Phone drive, and in the work brought us together tonight. You in North Carolina are doing great things. From the mountain homes in your western counties to your factories in Winston-Salem and your shipyards on the coast, this state of yours is giving a fine example of the spirit that is being shown in every state at the start of our. I have come here tonight to pay my tribute of appreciation to the work of North Carolina for their pay. But in paying my tribute to them, I want also to pay it to the workers as a whole. Great as our war effort this year has been, however, we fight. But this country of 130 million people put its heart, mind, and muscle into a single job. This beginning of ours has already produced outstanding patriotic service in many fields in this community and in every. Take, for example, in which you in North Carolina have made such an every large factory in the state now has a payroll savings plan. In those factories, 99% of all the workers are investing in war bonds week in and week out, part of their regular pay. In the nation as a whole, there were only 700 savings plans a year ago, and they will invest their earnings every payday. Today, more than 24 million workers are setting aside an average of 8.5% of their pay, so our soldiers have the weapons they need. This is an achievement over here that will give encouragement to our allies and to our fighting men at battle stations all over the world. We could never have achieved this success without the untiring efforts of volunteer workers who've been the unsung heroes in this grand enterprise. Day in and day out, of which there are many thousands also contributed, not only to the speeding up of the production, but the success of the war savings program, and I firm believe that the goodwill created by the payroll savings plan has been felt all along, felt for years to come. I like to feel that the new relationship between labor and management, which has been shown so magnificently in this war savings campaign, is helping to build the post-war world right here and now. I like plans for the post-war years and management working together and their countries to it. You know, the payroll savings is only one phase of millions of us and businessmen countries disposal. 50 million men and women during the past year. The war bonds are the people of American industry when the bonds mature. They represent new homes, new horizons. They will help to give body and soul freedom from want and in millions of Americans. To my mind, this is for the post-war years. It has said that more now have a direct finances of their government. It means that their savings in helping to win the war, to keep peacetime industry active and strong in the future years. Habits and stress are steadily strong with the results of the health of war and the people.
Linda Darnell, Bob Burke, James Colman, Igor Gorin, Milton.
To you millions who are listening here, this is for you and your thousands who will listen to these broadcasts at Fighting Front. This will gratitude, and with all our Now, here's James Roman with a message for Private Jones, United States Army, from the girl he left behind him here at home. It begins.
Beloved, how clearly I see, somewhere in heaven you were for me. Angel, angel voices let me through. Nothing could save me. They gave me a star. I know that I'll be yours so I
Hollywood contributes now its chief export, glamour. Our Western representative and official glamour gleaner, Robin Burns, has come up this evening with what may be conservatively termed a nice little item. Her name is Linda Darnell. She works the 20th century, and you saw her most recently in The Loves of Edgar Allan Poe. Is everything under control, Bob?
The Marines have landed, Ronnie.
Then we may assume that the situation is well in hand. Proceed, Sergeant.
Okay, Sergeant Colman. I just called Ronnie Sergeant to show you that I know something about his past. I bet you not many of you know that Ronnie was a member of the London Scottish Regiment during the last war. Well, he was. But I ain't going to stand here and reminisce about what Ronald Colman did 24 years ago when Linda Darnell is standing here right beside me right now. You know, every time I look at Linda Darnell, I just think to myself how lucky I am. I mean, imagine me getting to talk to all these attractive glamour girls. Honestly, this is an opportunity of a lifetime. I want to tell you, Linda, I could just stand here and feast my eyes on you.
Oh, well, thank you, Bob, but please don't feast your eyes too long.
Why not?
Well, the longer your eyes feast, the longer mine are on a diet.
Well, you shouldn't say those things like that to me, Linda. Honestly, I'm sensitive. You know, I ain't used to getting brushed off.
Oh, really? Well, you have no idea how much it would improve your appearance.
Well, that settles it, Linda. That settles it. Pretty as you are, I'm going to cross you right off my Christmas list.
Oh, Bob, I was only fooling. Was I really on the list of the people you were planning to give a gift to?
No, get one from.
Oh, gee, I wish you hadn't mentioned gifts, Bob. It's so hard to get the right things for men this year.
You have to do much shopping for men?
Shopping for men? Oh, no, I just walk along the boulevard and wait till they whistle.
Well, now about Christmas shopping, Linda. I know if you're planning to mail any gifts anywhere in the United States, you'll hurry.
Oh, definitely. I know how rushed the post office is.
And short-handed, too. I want to tell you, even down home in Van Buren, the postmaster's so busy, why, he don't have time to read all the postcards. I want to tell you, though, there's a wonderful little town, Linda. I mean it. You know, one of the greatest men I ever heard of come from Van Buren.
Oh, really?
I'm not fooling. Back home, nobody ever realized how brilliant this man was when he was still a boy. So he left town, and, well, it's the same old story of hometown boy makes good. You'd know his name in a minute if I mentioned it.
Is he attractive?
Well, that's just one of the reasons for his big success, I think. He's one of the handsomest things I ever laid my eyes on. I want to tell you, well, of course, I don't have to tell you. He's in Southern California right now, and you may have seen him around town.
Bob Burke, Milton, Berle, Maxine, Sullivan, and Todd. All now.
This is Ronald Colman again in New York. Bringing greetings and blessings from home to the descendants of homes on every side. This is from all of us, your here. Thinking of you, praying for your victory, and striving to be worthy, now and after victory time. And now, I wonder if you wouldn't like to hear Maxine Sullivan sing Loch Lomond again. The way she used to sing it before you went away, remember? Here is Maxine and Loch Lomond.
By yon bonny bank and by yon bonny bay, where the sun shines bright on Loch Lomond, where me and my true love were ever born today, on the bonny, bonny bank of Loch Lomond. Oh, you take the high road and I'll take the low road. I'll be in Scotland for you, but me and my true love will never meet on the bonny, bonny banks of Loch Lomond. Was there that we parted in yon shady bed by the steep, steep side of Ben Lomond, where in purple hue the Highland hills begin, and the moon coming out in the gloaming. You'll take the high road and I'll take the low. I'll be in Scotland for you, but me and my true love will never meet again. On the bonny bank, on the bonny, bonny bank, on the bonny, bonny bank of Loch Lomond, Loch Lomond.
Over here this week, we were reading John Steinbeck's new book about the Army Air Force, Bombs Away. On Main Street, the movie houses are showing the new Crosby Hope going down to Europe and Morocco. On Broadway, rehearsals began this week with the first wartime Ziegfeld Follies. For more news of home, and in the lightest possible vein, we give you the star of the new Follies, Milton Berle.
Fine. The Citizen Corn and his orchestra. I'm very, very happy, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very, very much. Mr. Colman, your wonderful introduction. Thank you very, very much for presenting me in such a wonderful manner. Thank you. Do I sound like Douglas Fairbanks Jr.? It's really a pleasure and a privilege, ladies and gentlemen, to be on this program tonight. I'm here on behalf of the Treasury Department. I'd like to be head of the Treasury Department. Any blonde today? Oh, you think I'm kidding? I'd rather have a blonde out and a black out than a creep out with a teeth out. Oh, give me 1 dozen donuts, put some jam between them. You think that Doran has a voice? My voice isn't what it's cracked up to be. Just cracked, that's all. You've heard of the Merry Mac? I'm Mac. In order to be a great singer, one must suffer. You, not me. You may laugh, but I toured for a whole season. Don't walk out, Wallington, please. He don't like to hear me talk about myself. I toured for a whole season with Nelson Edwards. No kidding. I used to put raisins in the shortened bread. I'll never forget the first day I sang with Fred Waring's Glee Club. Yes, I'll never forget the first day. I'll never forget the last day. Same day. Sang with Fred Waring's Glee Club. Yes, I'll never forget the first day. I'll never forget the last day. Same day. You should have heard what the critics said about my voice. For example, Dean Taylor. Dean Taylor said that he deems it advisable I become a tailor. When I sang, when I sang in concerts, women threw money at my feet. They threw jewels at my feet. They threw their hearts at my feet. What have my feet got that I haven't got? I'll never forget the first time I sang The Flight of the Bumblebee. I pretended I was a bee. And I said, I sing. And the guy... You beat me to it. Now, wait a minute. The guy in the balcony yelled, you certainly do, brother. You certainly do. Just the other day I was caught in a nylon stocking sale at Macy's. Now I'm dreaming of a black and blue Christmas. You know, I'm really puzzled. I don't know what to get my wife for Christmas. She wants a man. But jealous, that's all you are. But I really have a surprise for her. I bought her the most beautiful solitaire ring. It's platinum rubies on one side, sapphires on the other, and in the middle, a gorgeous 14-karat coffee bean. Christmas shopping. That's an American phrase for buying something someplace for somebody who buys you the same thing for the same price. And then returns it. There's a joke there someplace, but this is no time to go on a scavenger hunt. By the way, I want to tell you... Oh, this I gotta tell you. I must let you in on a great secret. I just heard that the war will be over in 3 weeks. My uncle, Dave, was just drafted. Really? He's never held a job more than 3 weeks. Well, he'd never been drafted except for only one thing. They have a new way of examining you at the draft board now. They have 2 doctors. One looks in your mouth, the other looks in your ear. If they can't see each other, you're in. My whole family are really doing their bit. My brother Phil is in the Navy. He's in charge of the captain's bridge. Every night he puts him in a glass of water. Oh, my brother. No, he's a nice fellow. He was always sea-minded. Every night he kept staring at the waves, until they pulled their shades down. I personally, I've been entertaining the soldiers and sailors all over the country. I've been an entertainer all my life. Of course, I really don't have to do this for a living. My mother owns the champagne concession. I ruined the joke. Everybody dead. I was saying she's got the champagne concession at the Kaiser shipyards. That's a joke. Thank you. Your name and address, please. I was invited up to the Kaiser shipyard the other day for lunch, and Henry Kaiser, he took me up in front of a blank space, and he handed me a bottle of champagne, and he said, "Go ahead and christen the ship." I said, "Where's the ship?" He said, "Start swinging." During lunchtime, they put on some exhibition air races for all the employees. And as an extra added attraction, they had Lana Turner and Rita Hayworth at the finish line. The first time in the history of aviation that the pilots ever come in ahead of the planes. They invited us up for a ride in one of those new dive bombers. The pilot must have been an Indian, because he said he never saw so many pale faces. And during the trip, we hit an air pocket. The official in the back of me yelled, "Don't mind the jerk, folks." I wasn't bothering anybody. But those planes are really terrific. Remember that song, The Isle of Capri? I wrote a sequel dedicated to Japan after these planes fly over, called The Pile of Debris. And incidentally, these planes are bought, ladies and gentlemen, by your pennies and your dimes and dollars over here. So as a final Christmas hint, I'd like to say to all you kids, buy war stamps. To you fathers and mothers, buy as much as you can. And to you young fellas, if you're fond of a blonde, buy her a bun and watch her respond. Good night. I'll keep you around.
Bravo. This is certainly your swell show.
You like it, eh?
Oh, you bet. Wait till I tell the folks back home.
You a visitor here?
Yeah, but I'm going home for Christmas.
Oh, you are you? Well, do you realize you're being very unpatriotic?
Yeah, who, me?
Do you realize this coming Christmas the railroads are going to have to carry the heaviest loads in their history? War materials, war workers, urgently needed everywhere. Food supplies for our armed forces.
Well, I don't plan to travel by train.
Well, by bus then, or plane. A lot of soldiers will be going home to see their folks for the first time in months. Some of them to bid their folks goodbye before going overseas. Do you want to deprive one of those boys of the means of getting home?
No, of course not. But I'm going home.
Well, what can I say to make you see the seriousness of this? A war doesn't stop for Christmas. So supplies and men to win it have to be moving. That's vital. And civilian travel for pleasure is not. In times like these, it's a definite sabotage of the war effort. Don't you see?
Huh? Oh, sure, but I'm going home for Christmas.
So when your country asks you to make this small sacrifice, you won't do it.
But I was...
You'll risk denying some soldier the chance to see his family before going away to fight.
No, but
You'll risk holding up essential war material for your own selfish pleasure, so that you can go home for Christmas.
Yeah, but, well, gee whiz, I've been trying to tell you. I only live over in Brooklyn.
But the rest of you, your country asks you earnestly to forego Christmas travel. Military travel alone averages 1,200,000 passengers a month. And in addition to that, mountains of freight must be kept moving constantly to keep our war industries going. The railroads are doing a magnificent job. Don't complicate it with travel for pleasure. For your conscience, for your comfort, and your country, don't travel at Christmas unless you have to. While we're speaking of Christmas, those of you who haven't already mailed your Christmas packages, do so immediately if you want them to reach their destinations in time. The tremendous success of past the ammunition seems to have started to trend. More and more of our new songs over here are set in battle tempo, and key to the purpose of the great world offensive now at last emerging. This is just about the latest, with an FDR in freedom.
Department now, and a rapid summary of events at home this week. Your over-here commentator, John W. Vandercook.
Perhaps the chief event of the past week has been the realization over here at last that there is no royal road to victory. Sensibly in our heads, we have always suspected that anything that's supremely worthwhile is the winning of this war, like anything else worthwhile, could not be achieved easily or cheaply. But now we are more sure, and that realization of the difficulties which may lie ahead merely fits all of us better for the job we have to do. On the fighting front, during this last week, there have been no really serious setbacks. Far from it. We have seen, though, that the mere fact that the huge cause of the United Nations has wheeled round to the offensive is not in itself enough. Defense, too, even when we throw our might against it, can be tough described that armada which won Morocco and Algeria back into the United Nations camp as the greatest single overseas expeditionary force in history. Yet after 5 weeks of fighting, 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 the key corner of Tunisia and the naval base of Bizerte are still firmly in the enemy's possession, and the Axis shows no inclination to let go. The greatest drive of all the Soviet offensive, which sent the Hun invaders reeling back across the snowy plains of Russia, has not halted. But the Germans with their stolen world to lose, now have recovered a firmer footing, and the pace slows down. So, just tonight, Moscow reports her achievements during the past month for Stalingrad as 94,000 Nazis killed, 72,000 captured, 3,500 German tanks and 737 planes put out of action, with equipment taken. On Gallup Guadalcanal, you, out there, have killed the Japs at the rate of 10 to 1. The Secretary of the Navy believes that all that remains now is to mop up. Yet that bloody task of mopping may take a long, long time. 1 million American fighting men, Commander-in-Chief reports, have now crossed blue stone water to battle stations overseas. The American civilian effort behind that achievement, quite literally, and without boasting, but it still hasn't been enough, represents the most gigantic organizing productive effort in the history of the world. Beyond our own needs, we are now contributing through these men to the common needs of those who fight beside us, of those without whose help we might quickly be destroyed. Material to the value of $10 billion a year. Guns and tanks and medicine for us. The raw stuff for Britain's never-silent factories of war. And enough food from our tremendous stores to keep the bodies of the brave alive. In spite of that booming energy, the economic enemy, inflation, has been kept amazingly in check. Thanks to the obstinate hard work of thousands of devoted men, average American prices have been held down to only a 2-point rise. The home price rise which took that is good going. The thunder of such achievement, the can does sound bigger, though it is there. Those who willfully will not understand do still hoard their little secret stores of profit. The few mutterers do mumble about small civilian restrictions. Ice cream isn't quite so plentiful. So that servicemen and vacationers are begged this year, as we've heard, not to use precious rubber ties. You'll see how we respect. But by and large, now that we know the road, we hope for a stronger pace. I suppose about here at home is this. We're thinking about the causes of war, and about how those causes can be removed in the world we hope to make out of it. And in all our thinking here during class. We hear now a new song of hope under that hope. The song of that hope. The song set to the familiar music of Borjak Lago. The tripping of each word.
our hearts and our lives today, the cause of all free mankind. Grant us victory over the tyrants who would enslave all free men and nations. Grant us faith and understanding to cherish all those who fight for freedom as if they were our brothers. Grant us brotherhood in hope and union, not only for the sake of this bitter war, but for the days to come which shall and must unite all the children of earth. Our earth is but a small star in the great universe, yet of it we can make, if we choose, a planet unvexed by war, untroubled by hunger or fear, undivided by senseless distinctions of race, color, or theory. Grant us the courage and foreseeing to begin this task today, that our children's children may be proud of the name of man. The spirit of man has awakened, and the soul of man has gone forth. Grant us the wisdom and the vision to comprehend the greatness of man's spirit, that suffers and endures so hugely for a goal beyond his own brief span. Grant us honor for our dead who died in the faith, honor for our living who work and strive for the faith, redemption and security for all captive lands and peoples. Grant us patience with the deluded and pity for the betrayed. And grant us the skill and the valor that shall cleanse the world of oppression and the old base doctrine that the strong must eat the weak because they are strong. Yet most of all, grant us brotherhood, not only for this day, but for all our years. A brotherhood not of words, but of acts and deeds. We are all of us children of earth. Grant us that simple knowledge. If our brothers are oppressed, then we are oppressed. If they hunger, we hunger. If their freedom is taken away, our freedom is not taken. Grant us a common faith that man shall know bread and peace, that he shall know justice and righteousness, freedom and security, not only in our own land, but throughout the world. And in that faith, let us march toward the clean world our hands shall make.
To achieve a sane, clean, free new world, the American fighting man stands ready today to offer life itself in sacrifice. If we here at home fail to understand that simple mortal fact, we do not deserve to share in the fruits of military victory. We deserve no brave new world. If we do fully understand that fact, any slight sacrifice we are called upon to make will seem slight indeed by comparison. Yesterday, the valiant cruiser San Francisco returned to her home port. We read of the bravery of her commanders and her crew, and our hearts are uplifted. But shouldn't each of us ask himself, am I worthy of Admiral Callahan, of Captain Young, and of the mortal sacrifice they with their men offered on the altar of freedom? Yes, a world worth praying for is a world worth paying for as well. Think of the payment the men of the San Francisco made between dusk and dawn just a month ago. And do your own 10% of your income in war bonds. That's one measure of your worthiness. Every dollar you invest in bonds and stamps, you're investing in your own defenders, in the task you expect them to do, in the new world their victory can bring. Back them up with at least 10% of everything you earn every payday, and try to top that 10% by New Year's. Over here will be broadcast shortwave and distributed by Bomber Ferry for the entertainment of our troops overseas. Listen at home next week. Listen with your men in the service. Over Here is written in New York by George Faulkner with bond messages by Selma Ritter and Joseph Moran, and in Hollywood by Carol Carroll. West Coast production is by Don Bernard.
William B. Murray is Executive Coordinator with the cooperation of the Office of War Information and the Hollywood Victory Committee. The entire production is under the personal direction of William A. Baker. This is James Wallington speaking. Over here originated in Winston-Salem, Hollywood, and New York City. This is the Blue Network.
The subject I have selected for discussion is the question of unity. How much unity do we have to bring this war to a successful conclusion? Now, I would like to ask Sir Cedric Hardwick first to voice an opinion on the subject. Sir Cedric.
Well, I think it's a very great compliment, Bob, that you asked me. It seems to me the question answers itself. But unless you have unity, you can't possibly win the war.
And when you say unity, what kind of unity have you in mind? Unity of action, purpose, and thought?
Well, first you must have unity of purpose, and then you must have unity of action. If I were able to describe to you what the appropriate action would be, I would be a military expert. You're asking the world, I'm many.
Modest. Mr. Chamberlain, I understand you just recently returned from the East.
Yes.
Now, I think that you are perhaps better qualified than any to tell us something about your impressions of the East. Do we have unity?
No, by no means. We have a great deal of prejudice, which I think we know, if we're very fair-minded. We know that this prejudice comes from the bugaboo about communism. You find all your scare sisters and the columnists that every accusing and laying everything and all the fear of the disunity to communism. The public are getting confused on this issue. And as we know, the communists, and in the pact that was announced by the Anglo-Soviet-American alliance on June the 11th, not only made a program for the crushing of Hitler and his hordes, but also outlined a program to regenerate the world afterwards. Now, Russia is for that, and the pact that she made, the Anglo-Russian pact, is to the effect that each country shall have the right to determine its own economic policy and its own political system. Now, Russia is absolutely in full agreement with that, and so is every communist. And every communist in this country has subordinated his interests for the one purpose, and for the sole purpose of victory.
Dr. Ludwig, you are perhaps one of the most widely known and widely read observers of the European scene, especially Germany. The Germany before Hitler and the Germany during Hitler. I would like to ask you a very important question. From your observation of conditions prevailing here in the United States, would you say that there are any characteristics that would point to a similarity of conditions such as existed in Europe before the advent of Hitler?
We are here because they are not Europeans. We are happy that you are un-European here.
In other words, you don't think that there are any conditions that would contain the same danger signals such as conditions in Europe before the advent of Hitler?
I am a guest in America and much too clever to give any critics on American situation. I can only know what we know about Europe. But first, I want to tell you why all what Mr. Chaplin said was so excellent. Because he's not an expert, but he's a poet. The expert ruined our situation. Ask that one of the great poets of this our time.
What do you mean by a great poet?
Because to be a great actor is not very difficult. But to be an actor, a poet who acts his own story, we had not since Molière. I take the occasion to say it here to him directly.
Well, that's wonderful, and I agree with you 100%, Dr. Ludwig. However, you haven't answered my question. Is there anything else that you would like to say, except that you respect the hospitality of this country too much and you don't want to voice any criticism? However, it isn't criticism that I want. I want a statement of fact. Do you see any conditions here that point to any danger to the democratic institutions, to the security of this country?
That is criticism on America, and propose myself to say all what you want on Europe.
Well, all right, and tell
I'm
me
invited in this country.
what kind of conditions would you say led actually to the advent of Hitler?
Oh, 2 or 3 different.
For instance?
First, Richard Wagner. Second, the disunity of the victors after the Great War.
Well, there we have a very definite clue now. You say there's an existing disunity. That is exactly what we wanted to hear.
Yes. If you speak on the unity of the Allies, I would say one of the greatest aims would be to make disunity between our enemies. That's Italy and Germany, of course.
Do you think it can be achieved?
Tomorrow, in 6 months, the Italian story is over. It was never so easy to predict them in this war. Because you have to know only the psychology of the nations. If you don't read communists and you don't ask the stars, then you can exactly know what will happen.
I see that. Mr. Bruce, do you agree with this view voiced by Dr. Ludwig, stating that Italy can be knocked out in 6 months?
I wouldn't know enough about Italy and whether she can be knocked out at all. I think if the RAF gone as they are, it might be less time than that. But as regards the question of unity, if I may say, I'm a British subject and I want to be careful what I say. I've just come back from Texas, where I went right through, and I think that the feeling amongst the poorer people in this country is absolutely magnificent. But there is far too much, I felt, criticism of everything. Criticism of your president, criticism of the army, trying to criticize England, Australia, and India. And I feel this, that we are together now. We're United Nations. And I think that criticism is a very dangerous thing, and unless we know what we're talking about, the wisest thing we can all do is to not criticize, but to back up our leaders and to keep our mouths shut.
But you do know. Well, Amigo, you do know, but there is criticism. You know that these columnists are trying to divide the country. There are certain columnists in this country. And I'm going to speak because if this is a free country, and if this democracy advocates free speech, then I'm one that's going to speak my mind, even although I am a guest in this country. Because I believe if your democracy is so frail that you cannot be criticized, then I don't think it's worth fighting for. And we know there are certain factions in this country that are trying to confuse the people. As you say, the people are all right. They're 100%. And so are the boys that are fighting in Africa there. And they don't question, they don't haggle. They're giving full cooperation with their life and they're shedding their blood and they're dying without question. And yet we haggle over whether $25,000 a year is communism or not. I certainly think if that's communism, there's a lot of people in the United States that will vote for it. Because believe me, the people who ever think that it's horrible for people to live on $25,000 a year just don't know how the other half live. Then we know very well there are certain factions. I just made a speech in Chicago, and I happen to say that while people are anti-communist, I am going to be communistic. I'm going to be pro-communist, in other words. I'm neither a communist and I'm not anything. But when I see that people are deliberately trying to divide this country, they've used the bugaboo, Hitler used the bugaboo of communism in order he thought he could get the Allies to go on his side to fight against Russia. But we didn't fall for that. No. And then had he have succeeded in that, then he'd have used imperialism to defeat England. But we never fell for that either. And had he have succeeded there, then he'd have used capitalism to defeat America. His whole idea is to divide and conquer. And there are still... And there are still Nazi agents in this country, and watch out for them, I say. Because I tell you that the communists and everybody we must have a unity. And only by the strength of unity can we win this war. We must have the full strength from the capitalist to the communist. And they must subordinate their interests for at least the duration of the war in order that we shall achieve victory. And it's not going to be an easy task.
Mr. Lloyd, may we have a word from you on the question of unity?
Well, the question of unity, first of all, of course, everyone realizes we must have unity to win. Now, the matter of criticism, well, I think, personally, it's a very healthy thing. It's a part of the American way of life. We are fighting a war, and we are sending our boys, and I say our boys because 1921, I forswore allegiance to King George to become an American citizen. I did that because I felt this form of government was the finest. We're sending our boys out with the promise that they are fighting to keep our way of life. I hope that in spite of the criticism, no matter what commentators or broadcasters may say, and what the new Congress may do, I feel sure that it's getting into all our hearts, into all our souls, and I'm sure it's in the minds of all those men who are going back into Congress, that this country must be kept alive for our way of life, the way of life that we've known. It's democracy. Just imagine what it means. With democracy, those people, way back in history, took a wilderness. And because they could think for themselves and speak out with no fear of man, they turned a wilderness into a beautiful garden, into which we, of the other countries, could come and be men without fear of any man. And if that goes out of this country, I don't want to go on living.
Thank you. Now we'll interrupt a moment for station identification.
You are listening to Robert Arden's roundtable discussion of current events with Sir Cedric Hardwick, Frank Lloyd, Nigel Bruce, Dr. Emil Ludwig, and Charlie Chaplin, coming to you from Studio 5 in Warner Brothers Hollywood Studios. And now back to Robert Arden and his guests.
Dr. Ludwig, as I understand that you are now preparing a new book on Beethoven. I think that in this book you are going to discuss, or rather I presume that you're going to discuss a great deal of the pre-Hitler conditions in Germany.
Pre-Hitler, yes. 3 times.
3 times pre-Hitler Germany. I would like to ask a question which, I would say 100 times a week is being asked of me, either by telephone or by mail or in personal contact. What do you believe are the chances of a collapse of the Hitler regime before the Allies can crush it by a military victory?
The collapse comes exactly as in 1918. Because it's a collapse of nerves. The German nerves are not the English nerves. The English is stubborn. Excuse me, gentlemen, you are hearing this. The English is stubborn. I say that with the greatest compliment, because without this stubbornness you couldn't hold out. You understand. He is educated since 300 years for self-responsibility, to think for himself. The German likes to die for his fatherland, but not to think for his fatherland. He had never some special responsibility, and if he is in his town without uniform and without a boss who says, Prince by right, wrong, right, then he's lost because there is no boss. How could he be an educated personality today after 300 years of lacking of liberty? When he had 14 years liberty, he was very unhappy. Mr. Hitler is absolutely right when he speaks against the popularity of the Republic, which we founded, my friends, and we wrote the books, and my friends were the ministers. Nobody was happy. He's happy because he has a boss. And now, in the big bombing of the English, the boss is not there. He's a great soldier, an excellent soldier, because he's obedient and don't like to think. But if he is without uniform, he is lost. And that is one of the reasons, because you will have a quicker breakdown of nerves in 43 than in 1980. Second, you know that there is the greatest difference between the generals and the Nazis. You will have the breakdown of Germany when Germany is in Africa and in Asia. And yet in Berlin there will be breakdown just as in April, in August, and then in October 1980.
Do you agree with that opinion, Mr. Bruce? I see you made some notes there.
Well, I was just thinking that we're all talking about Germany, and I am not in a position to discuss Germany as much as Dr. Ludwig. But I feel this, that both my friend Cedric Hardwick and myself fought against the Germans. We must realize that the German army is possibly the greatest army of all time. And the German army was not beaten in the last war. It was beaten because of internal trouble. I think we should realize we're not only fighting Germany, but we are fighting Japan. And I've just finished reading reports from Tokyo by a man, by your Ambassador Gruz, who was 10 years in Germany and 10 years in Japan. He says, in his opinion, it's quite possible that Germany will give way, as they did in the last war, internally. He says that that's quite a possibility, and it might even be, as Dr. Ludwig said in 1940s, they are the best trained troops in the world. They live on practically nothing except rice, and if they're asked to cut that to half, they can live on that. And that it is a religious war with them. And that it's a very, very serious problem which you've got to all face. Forgive me for digressing for one moment from Germany, but we are at war with both those nations, and I think that we may hope for an internal disruption in Germany in the next year or 18 months. But I don't think we can hope for it or expect it in Japan if one is to believe, and I think we can believe, that book which I think that everybody listening to me should read, because it's a very true and a very frightening book. Thank you.
I would like to summarize what we have stated so far. It seems that every one of you is agreed on the fact that we need unity of action and unity of thinking to win this war. Dr. Ludwig predicted a collapse of Nazi Germany within 1943. Now, based upon these opinions, I should like to go into the discussion of several questions that have been handed to me from our audience here. The first question reads as follows. How about fascism in the United States?
Well, undoubtedly, I think there is a certain amount of fascism in the United States. I think it's easily recognizable if we're honest about it. I've seen it in some of the press. I've seen it, as I said before, in the columnists, amongst certain of the columnists. Undoubtedly, there are certain factions in this country who think that they can make a good deal with Hitler. And there are certain factions in this country who fear democracy and who fear the people and who fear the people's desire to make a better world after the war.
How about fascism in Great Britain, Sir Cedric?
Well, it's some time since I was there, but I don't think that in Great Britain they're thinking about anything else but defeating Hitler. I've had a lot of very interesting letters from there recently, and I find that there they have complete unity of purpose. I think where there's been a little confused thinking tonight, sitting here listening, is that you can have criticism of how to achieve something, but where the criticism becomes dangerous is criticism of whether or not you're going out to achieve it. And I think that that is a very serious point which should be considered in the light of what we've been discussing. In England, there is no criticism at all, as I understand it, of what sort of government is going to be in the future. Neither is there any criticism at all of whether or not you should make a deal with Hitler. But there is criticism, occasionally, and healthy criticism of the way in which it's to be accomplished. And that, I think, is the true criticism of democracy.
Would you like to add something, Mr. Bruce?
Well, I've talked enough for this, thank you.
Well, of course, the The experts are the people to decide how it's to be achieved. And after all we can do as laymen is to be unified in thought. The back of this war, we're not only going to win it by munitions and by soldiers alone. It has to be courage and heart and unity and enthusiasm and one whole purpose in mind. Let the generals do the strategy, but we must be morally unified.
Well, I wasn't referring so much to strategy, but if results are not being achieved, then perhaps some of the experts are not quite right. I find that sometimes I'm bewildered by reading the outpourings of the experts on this war.
Yes, it's perfectly true. But nevertheless, in all wars there's confusion. I think all nations and all governments muddle through. I don't think there's any such a thing as a perfect, efficient government anywhere.
I think if Mr. Chaplin has read the Beveridge plan, he'll I hope, feel that England is going a step in the right direction.
Well, we all hope that steps in the right direction will finally bring us closer to the goal as it is. And for the moment being, we're just trying to decide which steps to take.
I'm not interested in the post-war so long as each country has the right to determine its own kind of government. I'm not interested in it.
Here is a very interesting question which I'm going to hand to Dr. Ludwig. Do you think that Hitler is going to sue for peace?
Of course he will try it. I hope nobody will follow him. Because the great danger here is on the day after the murder, after the death of Mr. Hitler, which we will see, he will be murdered by his own people. That was always so in history, that any conqueror is on the end finished by the hand of his people. And that is the great danger, because then in America, and perhaps also in England, will be people who think the General von Thoma, who is now in England, is a better man. He is not. He is not. Mr. Goering is much too fat to be a leader. That is false stuff on this team. That's impossible. But even if he is slim like Mr. Thoma, he is not an honorable man. The great danger is that anybody could think here, and I speak with very important Americans, who thinks, well, the Reichswehr is unpolitical. He is highly political. And without the military caste, Mr. Hitler was nothing. They made him. So, what I am most astonished is the fact that in America they write every day a line, the Nazis are bebitten, instead of saying the Germans. It is not the Nazis with which you have a war.
Here. Dr. Ludwig, I would like to take this opportunity to start a little private quarrel with you, or rather a little private argument with you. A little while ago, you made the following statement. You said the Germans have been a nation used to being bossed around for about 300 years. Then after the last World War, when they had liberty, or some semblance of liberty, for about 14 years, they were miserable.
Yes.
Now, let us suppose we are going to crush the Nazis very shortly. What then has to happen in order to prevent the German nation from being miserable after 14 years again and creating a new Hitler?
Three conditions. I wrote it 20 times. If you want, I say the 21st time. Now, three conditions. First, a great occupation army, which takes out of the hand of the Germans, who are passionate soldiers, any weapon. That is to say also the policemen. What is this?
The club.
First. Second, 500 or 2,000 educators, not to educate the boys, because the boys would laugh about them. They speak German as I speak now, colorful English. People who supervise the teachers, because we were there in 14. You don't know, perhaps, and perhaps the gentleman on my right didn't know it all. We were there. The Republic was betrayed in the beginning, in 20. I received in 20 a letter, and there was an article in Turkische Beobachter, you know what was now Mr. Hitler said, in 20. If I don't leave Munich tomorrow, they will kill me. I was a very innocent private man and wrote some articles in favor of liberty and the Republic.
The Republic was boycotted in the beginning, and the great murders were of my great friend Rathenau, you know, and others, were in 22, not by Mr. Hitler. So, if you want to make it better now, you must take education out of the hand of them or supervise them in a European way. Sir, you cannot leave them to government. There is no liberal Germany. There is in Germany or protectorate or communistic Germany. I have nothing against both forms. But don't believe that some of our good immigrants here, we have the power. I am a Swiss citizen, I don't speak for me, but there are excellent people here. They have no background in Germany. In Germany you can govern only 5 or 10 years with a strong hand. This strong hand may be, of course, helped by the great heroes behind the barbed wire that are the great heroes of today. There is Mr. Niemöller and others. But you cannot think that you make a new Reichstag and new free elections and then say the Germans are good people, they were misled. They liked the whole story. Nobody in the world, no president, was elected in such a democratic way than Mr. Hitler. He was the head of the strongest party. The president, just like the king in England, took him as the head of the strongest party. He had 52% of majority. Then he made 3 plebiscites, and the whole German nation, 99%, were in favor. You can say that some 10% did it by fear, but not 99. Everybody was delighted because there was a boss. They were terribly shocked in 18 that there's not a boss and everybody had to think himself. We never think himself. We think on philosophy, music, and poetry. But there are the Junkers who have to think for us. Why have I to think? They told it to me. That so you cannot educate, you cannot make a limp, do you say so? Vaccinate.
Yes.
You cannot make democratic limp here to vaccinate them. That's not in 5 minutes. It's possible under the strong occupation army. And if you say it is too expensive, then I tell you that the occupation army for a month costs much less than 1 day of the war today.
H.G. Wells put it very nicely when he said that Nazism is one fit in the case of epilepsy.
In other words, I can summarize your opinion in this way, Dr. Ludwig, rather. First, you insist on the maintenance of a strong occupational force in Germany after this war is won, and secondly, to begin an educational campaign under our Germany.
Yes.
Now that finishes that question. I'm sorry that I couldn't pick an argument with you, but I happen to agree with you on that.
That's only because you have your
But don't you think that might encourage militarism all over again? Isn't it a good excuse for other military people throughout Europe?
Everybody will be terribly tired after this war.
Well, don't you think Germany itself, do you really think that it's absolutely compulsory, necessary to have an army of occupation?
What are you going to do, sir?
Well, I mean to say they have been bled white just as much as Russia is being bled white, and as we will be bled white before we get through with this war. Fast. And as you say, everybody will be very, very tired. And dangerous keeping these military spirit in idealism in this sense. They have the idea of vengeance. In 300 years, they were beaten only twice. After the second time, everybody said, next time we make it better. You know, like that. And now, how can you think that they will not repeat it? You were betrayed once. How can you have the intention to be betrayed another time? Of course, I feel that if ever Russia gets into Berlin, we won't have to bother about anything. I think you'll find every German citizen in Russia building up Stalingrad.
Berlingrad.
Berlingrad. Here is the next question, gentlemen, which leads us from Berlingrad to Darlangrad. It says, can we and should we trust Darlan? Now, that is something which my learned friend, Sir Cedric Hardwick, would like to expostulate, I'm quite sure.
Well, I've never met Darnell, but his record is not one, shall I say, that leads one to trust anybody, but I think that is something that we have to wait for history to tell us. There may be a good deal more behind the Darnell business than we know.
What do you make of today's proclamation? What do you make of today's proclamation in which Darnell stated that he has no political ambitions, that the moment France is free again and the people can determine for themselves what kind of leadership they want, that he would retire into private life?
Well, I think there's a slight suspicion that he hopes the French people will want him.
Every dictator said, first, I have no political ambition, from Caesar on to Hitler.
That seems to finish the question of Darnell.
Finish with Darnell.
The only thing is...
Here is a question that seems quite interesting. Won't prohibition interfere with our liberty? I don't quite get the question. However, it sounds very intriguing. Is there anyone who wants to answer it?
Why do you look at me when you say that?
Because... Why didn't you bring
prohibition?
Is it also prohibitive, if I may say?
Well, it did take away a liberty from a lot of people in the last Prohibition era because they were selling liquor and a whole lot of them went up. That's the term, liberty. I think another reason that the people of this democracy will speak for themselves is no sooner they realized that prohibition was a horrible mistake, they changed it, and they did it through this form of government.
It happened to be the democratic government, too.
Right.
Here's an interesting question. What are the chances of the four freedoms being realized all over the globe?
Well, do you want me to speak on that?
Of course.
I don't think I have very much to say, other than we know very well that Soviet and Russia have a 20-year alliance. And it's more or less based on the mere fact that they want to a post-war collaboration for the purpose of reestablishing the world. I suppose they will inject the four freedoms. Freedom of fear and freedom of speech. And of want, which to me is the most important one. And I think England has made a gesture in that direction. As you said, Bruce, I think it's, that's
Colman, Charlie.
Did you say Johnny?
Charlie. About these alliances, though, quite seriously, Charlie, are you, these 20-year alliances, do you put much trust in alliances? I don't.
Well,
Russia had an alliance with Germany not very long ago.
I know, and Germany broke it. It wasn't Russia. And also, but Russia, of all nations, of course, all nations are humbugs, more or less. I mean, you can, as you say, all nations are opportunists. I'm speaking personally. This is perhaps off the record and on the air, but nevertheless, it's very personal. And, but of all those nations, I think Russia has carried out her obligations and attached and kept to them more than perhaps any other nation.
Speaking of carrying out obligations, here is a question which fits right into this particular pattern. Do you consider the military engagements between the forces of the United Nations and Ronald in the North African desert a fulfillment of the pledge given by President Roosevelt and Prime Minister Churchill to Foreign Minister Molotov for a second front in 1942? In other words, the question would be, is our African invasion a second front or not?
I think I would leave that up for Mr. Stalin to say.
And to General Montgomery. And to General Montgomery.
Well, I mean to say, if it's not helping Mr. Stalin, who has 3 million Nazis on his neck, I mean, if he's dissatisfied, then I say it isn't a second front. On the other hand, if he is satisfied, then I think we in America should be satisfied.
But I should like to disagree with my friend Charlie Chaplin over his statement that he thinks that Russia have fulfilled their obligations more than any other nation.
Yeah.
I want to know why they've filled them any more than Great Britain, with the exception of the Czechs, in which Great Britain, now don't let down the Czechs, they had no signed agreement, which France had. You must remember that Great Britain went to war because Poland were attacked. And Russia, at one time, were actually an alliance with Germany. Great Britain have been at war for 3.5 years. They have backed up every promise they made to every nation, just, in my opinion, just as much as Russia. And I'd like to have it pointed out in what way Russia has fulfilled their obligations any more than my country.
Well,
Thank you.
Yes. I think it's on the record that they have fulfilled all their obligations and they've lived up to their pacts. Of course, I mean, we won't go back into past history because we want unity. You're talking about... You're talking about the integrity of nations. They're all pretty near the cow's tail, pardon me.
I would like to ask you a rather personal question off the record, if I may, Mr. Chaplain.
Yes?
Is there any intention on your part to embark upon a diplomatic career?
Not in the least.
Not in the least.
I am only interested in justice and trying to debunk the humbug.
I would protest in the name of Europe if you become a diplomat.
I'm afraid
we would lose the greatest actor, and we have actors enough in the diplomacy.
No, I'm afraid I'm very undiplomatic. I've been accused of being a communist just because I want unity.
Communists have the most excellent diplomats today. I know them.
Well, here are two questions.
I've been trying to say that, Doctor.
Well, since it has been said now, I would like to bring these two questions before you. One of them I'm going to give Dr. Ludwig, and the other one I'm going to formulate in such a manner that each one of you will have an opportunity to venture a guess or make a prediction, and I'm going to note it rather carefully because it will be very interesting to come back to it next year. The first part of the question is, Dr. Ludwig, is Hitler insane?
He's very clever insane.
In other words, you think he is insane?
There are very many real insane men. He is not real. But insane is in anything.
Insane here. All right. Now I would like to take this pencil here and make a few notes in the order as the answers are being given by my experts here. The question is here, when will the war end? Now, I don't know...
What war? Which war? Germany or Japan? Yes.
Well, let us split it. Let us split it and say the European and the Pacific War.
Let us split the
Now, I'll start with the roll call as we are seated here around the table. Sir Cedric, what is your prediction?
Well, first of all, I'm not quite clear what you mean by the war. Do you mean the actual cessation of hostilities that they may not all cease from a particular moment? If there were a sudden collapse of Germany, my personal feeling is that Germany will collapse certainly before the end of 1943.
1943. How about the Pacific War?
The Pacific War, I think may be a little more difficult, but it seems to me that with the combined forces of the United States, Britain, and the Soviet Union, Japan certainly wouldn't be able to stand out for very long because the entire air power alone would be something that would be almost impossible to fight off.
You've forgotten one factor, Cedric. That is China.
I should have included China, but China has already been fighting Japan alone. I meant that the other forces would be released from combat elsewhere. That's why I didn't include China.
I think China would like to finish the job herself. And probably she will. She may have that privilege.
Sir Cedric, may I ask for a clarification of the question? Well, how long do you think the Pacific War will last after the European war is over? Give us any kind of a date that you believe in.
Well, I would say 18 months.
$18 that would bring it up to middle of 1945. Right. Dr. Ludwig.
I don't know anything about Japan. I was never there. Every child in America knows more about. But I know Europe very well.
And I can assure you that you can quote me as a very bad historian. A European war, that's to say, cessation of hostilities, is not over in 1933. First Italy and then Germany, both by psychological reasons.
Right, Mr. Bruce.
I say that Germany at the beginning of 1944, and that Japan, it just depends whether Russia allow the Allies to have Vladivostok. Russia not yet at war with Japan. If Russia allow the Allies to have Vladivostok 2 years later, 1946, 46, the end of 46.
End of 46. Mr. Lloyd.
Well, as regards Germany and Italy, well, I don't think we can take Italy into consideration anymore because that's Germany. We know if it was up to the Italian people, we wouldn't be at war with them today. It's just because they're controlled by the Germans. Definitely from a military standpoint and from a policing standpoint, they're still more or less in the ring. Germany, I hope she does collapse very soon. I feel it would be a very bad idea for any of us to listen too closely to stories of internal trouble in Germany. They're very clever. They're very clever in sending out that sort of propaganda. I think what we must do is to say, let's forget the date. Go out and try to do the job as quickly as possible. Regarding Japan, I think the date or the year of finishing that job depends mostly on how soon we get to cleaning them out of where they've gotten in. I think the sooner we start it, the better. And the longer we delay, the longer it's going to take to get them out.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Chaplain.
Well, I have no idea when the war will terminate. I do know we mustn't be too optimistic. Even this North African affair, we have a long pull of about 3,000 miles, as against 60 miles by water, and coming through that shoe of Italy, and being fed by Central Europe, and right down to the very toe, and then she crosses that small body of water. And I wouldn't be at all surprised if we don't have to wait 2 or 3 months before we can clear them out of Tunisia. Then, as to the war itself, with the latest news in Russia, is not particularly cheerful. And I think that, however, we might have to go 2 or 3 more years before we can defeat Germany. I think the question of Japan is a simple one. Give all the munitions to the Chinese, and they'll do the job themselves.
Thank you, Mr. Chaplain, and I suppose that's all we have time for tonight. I want to thank you one and all for being my guests tonight.
You've just heard a roundtable discussion of current events presented by Robert Arden, your foreign correspondent, whose analysis of foreign affairs is heard exclusively over these stations each weekday, Monday through Friday, at 7:45 p.m. Mr. Arden's guests tonight were Sir Cedric Hardwicke, Frank Lloyd, Nigel Bruce, Dr. Emil Ludwig, and Charlie Chaplin. America Looks Abroad with Robert Arden is presented by the 12 Southern California offices of Dr. Colman over KFWB and KFOX. This is Joe Yoakum speaking from Warner Brothers Hollywood Studios.
Well, that carol came from some of the men of the 8th Army, and it was sung from the borders of Tripolitania. We are here, we've just pulled off the coast road that goes along there towards Sirte and ultimately to Tripoli, and over by our recording truck there have come 1 or 2 men of the 8th Army, and they're led by a corporal. I can see him there in his great coat and tin hat playing clarinet, as you've just heard, and they've just been having a bit of a sing-song. And we've recorded this bit of it. As a matter of fact, they've been singing all kinds of songs with a bit of a difficulty in getting them to sing a carol at all, to be quite honest. And I don't want you to get the impression that the 8th Army is just having a nice picnic and is going gaily singing carols up the coast road after Rommel. They're not at all. They're far too busy fighting this war, and a grim enough business it is, and all this sand and dreary desert, and they've very little time for singing at all. We are a good way at the moment behind our forward troops, who certainly won't be going about caroling tonight. And Christmas, although it will be remembered and celebrated in the desert, won't, to be quite honest, be an affair of plum puddings and merry crackers and parties and good feasting for the men of the 8th Army.
World News Today, brought to you by Continental Radio and Television Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, America's smart set. By shortwave broadcast, direct from important world capitals, as well as the leading news centers of our own country, CBS correspondents are waiting to bring you a complete report from the world's political and battlefronts. But first, here's John Daly with a summary of headline news as received in New York.
The news from the battlefronts is good. The newest United Nations offensives, the Red Army's Middle Don attacks in Russia, and the British move into Jap-held Burma are making good progress. And in North Africa, the Allied pincers are slowly closing around the Germans and Italians as Hitler frantically tries to hold on to prepare the defenses against an Allied invasion of South Europe. In Russia, in the Middle Don offensive, the Red Army is sweeping westward at a speed comparable to the Nazi advance eastward last July. They have taken Katamarovka, only 55 miles north of Milerovo, and now threaten the entire railway line from Voronezh to Milerovo. Milerovo is a junction point of the Moscow-Rostov Railroad. It has already been cut. In Russian hands, it can and probably will be the base of a Russian offensive south to retake Rostov and smash or trap the entire German force in the great Stalingrad salient. Once again, the Russians report that they have taken thousands of German prisoners, this time well over 10,000. That fact alone is extremely significant. It's unlikely that the Russians want to take any German prisoners, and will not if any semblance of resistance is offered. The thousands of Nazis that are falling into Russian hands confirm earlier Russian reports that German troops are surrendering wholesale and that the morale of the Nazi army in Russia has deteriorated. About a year ago today, Hitler, with a great deal of fanfare, took over supreme command of the German armies. The best Christmas gift the United Nations could receive is the assurance that he will not relinquish that command. As the new Russian offensive hammers and tears chunks out of the Germans, dispatches said that everywhere along the long Russian front, the Nazis are either in retreat, surrounded, or menaced on the flank. That perhaps is a bit on the optimistic side, but the Russians are holding on to what they've gained in the offensives at Stalingrad and west of Moscow. And although the Nazis have been reinforced and have launched vicious counterattacks, they have not been able to relieve the desperation of their position. Russia has regained 65,000 square miles of Soviet soil so far in the winter offensives. If the new Middle Don offensive maintains its momentum, it will probably force a general Nazi withdrawal that will finally lift the siege of Stalingrad. On the other side of the world, the Japanese Axis partner is still refusing to give battle. A communique from New Delhi said that the British forces moving into Burma continued their invasion without making contact with the Japs. In the air, Allied fighters covering and working with the ground troops are shooting up the Jap-held Akyab area, and Allied bombers are raiding the main Jap airport at Toungoo. In a night raid on the Jap airport at Toungoo, Jap fighters intercepted, but all Allied bombs were dropped in the target area, and all Allied planes returned to base. The Japanese withdrawal without fighting is something of a mystery. It's not like them, and they themselves have been the authority for some reports received in the past few weeks that the British were going to launch an offensive to retake Burma. They've had months to prepare their defenses. But whatever the reason, British General Reveille is obviously looking for a fight, and the Chinese have announced that their army is ready to join in the invasion. In North Africa, the Eastern Allied pincer arm in Libya is moving steadily forward. The Western arm in Tunisia is still preparing for the land offensive. That Allied air power is smashing at Axis objectives all over Tunisia, and heavy Allied air action is also reported in Western Europe across the English Channel. There has been no official news as yet, but strong fighter forces and a large American bomber force have crossed the Channel and headed into France. We'll get the latest developments on the Mediterranean and European fighting from CBS correspondents abroad. In the Pacific, General MacArthur's forces in New Guinea have made new gains in the Buna area. The only Jap forces remaining in that area are to hold out as long as they can, but the Allies are checkmating all attempts to reinforce them. And now for the first report from abroad, Admiral Radio takes you to CBS Algiers, Charles Collingwood reporting.
This campaign in French North Africa has settled down into a muddy struggle for supply. In this present phase, a truck driver or a good mechanic is almost as important as a general. It's not very romantic, this truck driver's war. But back in the early days of this campaign, there was romance and melodrama enough for anyone. Those were the days when generals were being spirited around the Mediterranean by submarines, and there were secret conferences beneath trapdoors, and one if by day, two if by night lantern signals hanging from steeples. No episode in these almost dime novel days was more genuinely thrilling than the dramatic appearance in North Africa of General Giraud. I suppose you know that Giraud escaped from France by submarine. But the whole story of that escape has not yet been told. Giraud's rescue was engineered by an American naval captain named Gerald Wright. Wright had been with General Clark when Clark landed in North Africa before the campaign began, and he used the same submarine to get Giraud out. It was a British submarine commanded by Lieutenant Jewell. This submarine left port late in October. Captain Wright didn't know where he was to pick up General Giraud, but he knew about where, so they lay off the coast of France until November 4th. On November 4th, the submarine received directions. They were told to rendezvous and given information about minefields, and the escape was fixed for the night of November 6th. As Captain Wright says, the next step was the most tick-rich of all, going submerged into a landlocked harbor in darkness. They surfaced and lay to less than 1,000 yards off the French beach. An hour later, a large rowboat came alongside. In it were General Giraud, his son, and 2 staff officers. As Captain Wright tells the story, by this time the sea was considerably rougher. The rowboat was pitching as it eased up to the forward casing of the submarine. Just as the general stepped from his boat, the boat pitched, and this threw him off balance and he fell into the water. Captain Wright adds that the general was rescued unhurt. After that, the submarine left the harbor at, quote, maximum speed. But the escape was by no means completed. Giraud was out of France, but he was not yet in safety. As the submarine proceeded out to sea, they received a signal from General Eisenhower telling them that a plane would meet them at dawn. That was dawn on November 7th. The plane didn't find them until 11:30 in the morning. The sea was choppy and it was hard to transfer the passengers and their baggage. Just to make matters worse, an unidentified plane hove into sight and circled the area for 20 minutes. But finally, General Giraud and his party were in the seaplane and the seaplane in the air, and thus, quote Captain Wright again, on the afternoon of November 7th, some hours before the operation for the liberation of North Africa was launched, we delivered Giraud to Eisenhower. This is Charles Collingwood returning you to New York.
Despite the foreign background noise which followed the pattern of Axis jamming of Allied broadcasts, we hope that Charles Collingwood's report from Algiers was understandable. And now for our next report from overseas, Admiral Radio takes you to CBS London. Bob Trout reporting.
London, news the United States Army bombers were out over the continent today, for people on the southeast coast could see them flying out across the channel, so low that their American markings were plain and clear. They were gone a long time, some 3.5 hours, so the air-wise people of the southeast coast knew this time they'd gone far inland. A few moments ago, United States Army Air Force headquarters in London gave out the news. A large force of flying fortresses and liberators flew this afternoon to Romilly-sur-Seine, 80 miles southeast of Paris, and 180 miles from the French coast. It's the location of a large airfield. It's too early to have the results of the day's activity, but the early announcement tells us that nearly 300 aircraft of Royal Air Force's Fighter Command cooperated with the large force of American bombers. The fighters' role was to support the bombers, providing some cover for part of the way in toward the target and out again, while others carried out sweeps. It was the first time in 8 days that the weather has permitted large-scale air operations over northern France. A great part of daylight Allied air activity from bases in Britain is directed against the enemy's transport system on the continent. Today in London, the parliamentary secretary to the Ministry of Economic Warfare said that German-controlled railroads have to carry a greater burden than any railroad system has ever done before. A good deal of the strain has been thrown on the enemy railroads by Allied attacks on Germany's sea routes in the North Sea, in the Baltic, and in the Mediterranean. Late this afternoon, the Germans announced that Laval, Tunnel, Goering, and Ribbentrop had been holding one of those conferences at Hitler's headquarters. Political and military discussions was the way the Germans put it. Furthermore, the Germans say, the meeting was imbued with the determination of the Axis powers to make an all-out effort to win final victory. This is defensive talk from the people who started out to conquer the world in an offensive without intermission. And it's also something more. It's the kind of talk engaged in by people who have taken a severe blow and know it. Today's German announcement has in London a somewhat familiar ring. It sounds not unlike some of those statements from London back in the days when the British were taking it hard. The British were tough enough to come through all right, and there's no doubt the Germans will make a very powerful effort to emulate the British example. For our next report, we go now to CBS Cairo and the report of Winston Burdett.
This is Chester Morrison in Cairo. One trouble with being on the winning side of this war is that the Germans run too fast. And if a reporter stuck in Cairo wants to get to the front, he has to fly. The British didn't have a plane available when I wanted to go, but the Americans had dozens. So I was told by the handsome American major who runs that part of the show. Mind you, I don't think this was deliberate, but when I missed the plane he had arranged, through no fault of his, and came trailing back to the hotel in the evening, dirty and disappointed, it was probably only coincidence that the major was sitting in the lobby having a pink tea with my girl. So I got away the next morning. And for 3 days I waited at Gambut, a way station in the desert, for another plane to Addis. And when that plane took off, it was loaded with 50-gallon drums of gasoline, lashed to the sides of the cabin with rope. I was the only passenger. And when the dashing young American pilot came into Addis, he landed downwind and bounced across the rough field like a kangaroo and poked the plane's nose into the mud and nearly turned a somersault. The lashings on the gasoline drums broke, and strong men groaned as they lifted the drums off me. I groaned, too. And in the week I spent with broken ribs in a hospital tent at Addis, I missed the day we moved into a gala, and the day the New Zealanders got behind the enemy and smashed a third of his tanks and captured at least 500 prisoners. But lying in that tent, surrounded by men who had been blown up by mines, I discovered that no matter how badly a man's body may be hurt, his spirit can remain undamaged. You get a new viewpoint of the war when you lie on your back and look at it. And my girl didn't like the major anyway. She said he had more hands than a caterpillar. This is Chester Morrison returning you to CBS New York and John Daly.
Before bringing you more news from CBS correspondents, here's Warren Sweeney with a word from Admiral Radio.
Could this scene take place in your household?
Hey, Mom. Oh, Mom, you know about that radio that went dead this morning? Pop said he'd fix it tonight. Well, he did. Our radio's in a worse mess than the alarm clock was when I went to work on it.
A year ago, we might have thought such a scene was comic. Today, it brought us on tragedy. A year ago, if Pop accidentally broke a vital part while trying to repair the family radio, it didn't matter much, for he could buy a new one. Today, however, new parts, like new radios, are difficult to get. Therefore, when your radio needs attention, it's important that you call not just a handyman, but a highly skilled radio technician. The best man to call is your Admiral dealer. And there are 3 reasons why he is the best man. First, Admiral dealers are professionals. They have all the facilities, all the knowledge necessary to put a radio in perfect condition, regardless of make. Second, Admiral dealers are businessmen in your own community. They'll give you honest service economically. Third, Admiral dealers realize Uncle Sam is depending upon radio to furnish war information to his citizens. So they've pledged themselves to do their best for America's radio sets. Take care of your radio, and when it needs attention, call your Admiral dealer. And now here once again for Admiral Radio is John Daly.
For the news at home, Admiral Radio turns to CBS Washington, Lee White reporting.
A Navy communique 1 hour ago reported the continuance of our air offensive against the Japanese airdrome at Munda on New Georgia Island. For the 9th successive day, dive bombers and flying fortresses attacked the installations and the runway at Munda yesterday. No American planes were lost, but 3 intercepting enemy fighters were shot down. Here in Washington, Senator Burton K. Wheeler of Montana, a pre-war isolationist and a leader of the America First Committee, has threatened to demand a congressional investigation of the way the Justice Department has been handling the prosecution of Nazi sympathizers. Mr. Wheeler says he thinks it's a disgrace the way 28 persons were indicted here in Washington on charges of sedition. Those indicted include such people as George Sylvester Virek, an admitted German agent, Elizabeth Dilling, author of The Red Network, the Reverend Gerald B. Winrod, otherwise known as the Jayhawk Hitler, and William Dudley Pelley, the Fuhrer of the Silver Shirts. In an interview published today in the Washington Post, Senator Wheeler accused Secretary of Justice Biddle of attempting to smear him and present his pre-war isolationism as a crime. As for the 28 persons now awaiting trial for sedition, Mr. Wheeler said he knew nothing about them, whether they're guilty or innocent, but he said he's convinced they won't have a fair trial. Mr. Wheeler attacked the Washington Post as a stooge of the Department of Justice and called its reporter a spy. He added that he thinks reporters and newspapers who have helped to indict the defendants are engaged in a dirty business and predicted that the day will soon come when they will all regret it. The reply of the Washington Post was simply to print a detailed story about a speech the senator made before an America First rally in Los Angeles last year, charging that Franz Ferenc, a German agent now under arrest, had printed the posters and the banners displayed at the meeting and had otherwise assisted in the organization of the rally. The Post today also reprinted 2 letters from Senator Wheeler to Secretary Biddle, in which, among other things, the senator accuses Mr. Biddle of heading an inquisition. Mr. Biddle's reply was also published in the Post. He simply promised to consider any allegations of improper conduct on the part of the Justice Department, provided the senator can furnish him with specific information. At 1 minute after midnight tomorrow morning, the ban on gasoline will be lifted. A coupons will be honored and will still be worth 3 gallons. B and C coupons, however, will be reduced in value from 4 to 3 gallons each. Tomorrow, there's going to be a conference between Economic Stabilizer Burns, Petroleum Administrator Ickes, Transportation Director Eastman, and Leon Henderson, the retiring Price Administrator. Presumably, the whole gasoline rationing system is going to be reorganized entirely, but to what extent will depend on the results of tomorrow's conference. All we know at the moment is what Mr. Henderson told us last night, that gasoline restrictions are going to be much more rigidly enforced in the future, and that drastic steps are going to be taken to eliminate bootlegging, which is becoming more and more of a problem. As for Christmas travel, the government wants to discourage everyone it can from going home for Christmas, but no orders have been issued. The government is leaving it up to the individual's judgment and his conscience not to put too much of a strain on transportation facilities during the Christmas holidays. Today, Donald M. Nelson reiterated past warnings that the nation faces ever more drastic restrictions on all sorts of travel, by rail, by bus, air, and by private automobile. In a letter to James E. Murray, head of the Senate Small Business Committee, Mr. Nelson says, "Travel by automobile is due for restriction much more drastic than that obtaining today. Travel by common carrier will be increasingly inconvenient, and in some cases not permissible at all." He advises Mr. Murray to draft plans for storing up consumer goods in the immediate vicinity of local markets as a safeguard against possible temporary breakdowns in the distributive system. There may be occasions, hours, days, or weeks in duration, he predicts, when civilian goods cannot be moved in adequate quantities to supply certain areas. Therefore, says Mr. Nelson, it will be advisable for merchants to have considerable inventories of food, fuel, clothing, and medical supplies on hand at all times. Last Friday, when the gasoline ban was first announced, many people seemed to think it was designed mainly to prevent holiday travel by automobile. Thousands of people here in Washington had been hoarding their coupons in the hope of being able to drive home and spend Christmas with their families. They knew the government disapproved of holiday travel, and so they thought the suspension of gasoline distribution had been ordered on their account. Now it seems that it wasn't, and though the government still frowns on going home for Christmas, it will apparently be possible for many people to do so. Whether they will or not, of course, depends on how seriously they privately consider the gasoline shortage to be. But the 3-day suspension seems to have had a sobering effect on many people, to judge from the number of telephone calls the local studio here has been receiving from listeners who want to help solve the problem. I now return you to John Daly in New York.
One of the big news stories here at home today is the return of Captain Eddie Rickenbacker to this country. He will tell his own story over most of these stations at approximately 3:30 Eastern Wartime this afternoon. Now, here in New York is Major George Fielding Elliott, Columbia's military expert, with an analysis of the significance of the new British offensive in Burma. Major Elliott.
It is far too early to determine whether the British invasion of Burma is the beginning of a real attempt to recover all of Burma from the Japanese, or is merely a local operation with the limited objective of recovering the airfield and port of Akyab on the shore of the Bay of Bengal. The enthusiasm with which the news of the British move has been received in Chongqing is, of course, understandable. Only by the recovery of Burma can China's communications with the outside world by way of the famous Burma Road be restored. Naturally, this is an operation in which the Chinese would be only too happy to cooperate to the fullest extent of their power. But the advantages to be derived from the reconquest of Burma would not be China's advantages alone. To reopen the Burma Road would mean that Allied air power could move more freely into China, because fuel and bombs and spare parts would be sent in. And the building up of Allied air bases at mainland positions is the best means of directing air attacks against the heart of Japanese industry. Those air attacks which seem to offer the best means of bringing the realities of war home to the Japanese people. Moreover, the recapture of Burma would be do a great deal to offset the feeling of defeatism in India, which has been the hidden cause of much of the political and social unrest in that great subcontinent. However, if Burma is to be retaken, the operations will have to be of a far more extensive nature than the present thrust toward isolated Akyab. Other invasion columns, British and Chinese, will have to converge on the difficult frontiers of that country, and the British fleet in the Bay of Bengal will have to blockade Rangoon and Mulmine to cut off the Japanese supplies and reinforcements. These must, of course, come by sea, for the land communications between Burma and Thailand are as difficult as those between Burma and India, if not more so. The British report that the Japanese are offering no opposition to the thrust toward Akyab. This is not like the Japanese, who have usually fought tooth and nail for every foot of ground when attacked. The reason is probably a tactical one. Probably the area into which the British are advancing offers no position suitable for defense, and the Japanese are therefore withdrawing toward stronger positions.
That was Columbia's military expert, Major George Fielding Elliott. Here's a message from our sponsor. Today being the first day of Christmas week, Admiral takes this opportunity of extending cordial greetings to listeners from coast to coast. America's Christmas season this year is happier than last. All the luxuries on our tables may be less in quantity, and the trimmings on our gifts not so elaborate, but now we and the other United Nations are solidly on our way to victory. There is happiness in knowing each of us is playing a part in bringing about this victory to free mankind from bondage. Working and fighting together for one cause forms a tie which binds every American to every other American. Admiral workers feel this spirit of brotherhood deeply. They are united in producing the best possible radio equipment for America's armed forces, as much of it as is humanly possible. Admiral workers are united in looking forward to the Christmas when they will again be turning out the radio sets America wants in its homes, Admiral radios, for when victory is won, Admiral will resume its place as the world's largest manufacturer of radio phonograph combinations with automatic record changers. Uncle Sam has provided V-mail service for your boy who is stationed overseas. For V-mail service, write your letter on V-mail stationery, obtainable at any store where stationery is sold. Use regular airmail stamps and put it in the mailbox. The Army and the Post Office will do the rest. Photograph your letter on microfilm, fly it overseas, rephotograph, and hand it to your boy exactly as you wrote it. This is an extra service from Uncle Sam. World News Today is brought to you each Sunday at this hour by Continental Radio and Television Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, America's smart set. Be sure to listen again next Sunday when Admiral brings you World News Today by shortwave, direct from the leading news centers of the world. This is Warren Sweeney saying good afternoon and Merry Christmas from Admiral Radio. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The WBB Air Theater, Wrigley Building, Chicago.
The National Broadcasting Company presents Eyes Aloft.
Semi-flash. 1. Single. Very low. Scene. 3 Edith 16. Overhead. Northwest.
Eyes aloft, watching the sky, watching the planes flying the lanes up above. Eyes aloft. Eyes aloft. The 4th Fighter Command of the United States Army Air Forces, in cooperation with West Coast radio stations, presents this Christmas week program honoring the 150,000 volunteer civilian observers and filter center workers whose round-the-clock vigilance keeps watchful guard of the Pacific coast against attack by enemy planes. Eyes aloft, night and day, will help protect the USA. This is Ken Carpenter speaking, and Merry Christmas to you all. Tonight, we of the Eyes Aloft radio program, we, the cast, the actors, the members of the orchestra and its leader, Gordon Jenkins, the 4 boys of the Sportsman Quartet, our writer, all of us join in presenting you of the Aircraft Warning Service with a holiday gift, a special Christmas time program. Christmas is surely in the air again, for here in the studio where we've been working all day, we've found real enjoyment in rehearsing just a little bit harder on the songs, the orchestral background scores, the dramatic spots. And now, as we go on the air, we hope that our gift to you will sparkle gaily with the joy of Christmas and will carry our solemn hope for merrier and more peaceful days to come. So now, here is your Eyes Aloft Santa, your narrator, Gain Whitman.
Merry Christmas, ladies and gentlemen. First, here is a Christmas message which General W.E. Kepner, commanding the 4th Fighter Command, wishes us to send out to the thousands of members of the Aircraft Warning Service. General Kepner's message reads,
to all our volunteers, a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. A year that will stand out in history, showing what Americans can do when they are working together, fighting for the peace which the Christmas season exemplifies. The officers, enlisted men, and I want you to know how your unselfish service has given us added zest, knowing how staunchly you stand beside us. May your holiday season be joyful, and may the gifts of service you are giving to your country be returned to you 1,000-fold through the security of the America you are helping to protect.
And the message is signed W.E. Kepner, Brigadier General, USA. And we believe that every man and woman who serves in the civilian army of the 4th Fighter Command joins in returning the good Christmas wish to General Kepner and his military staff. I'm sure that we all pray that Christmas 1943 will be a more joyful holiday with the world at peace and our loved ones gathered once more about the home's hearthside. And now we want to retell a beautiful and true story that happened last December of 1941. One year ago, last December, when the Ground Observer Corps was first being activated, a little community in Douglas County, Oregon, found itself faced with a serious problem. The small and well-to-do farming community of Camas Valley is nestled among the rolling mountains of the Coast Range. Winter. At the time, Camas Valley was supposed to support 2 observation posts, one atop Dutchman Butte, the other up on Live Oak Mountain. 3 feet of snow and ice made it impossible for observers to negotiate the daily trips to the post. So an observers' meeting was called by the post's organizer, John Stanley.
Let's keep the meeting in order, folks. It's getting late. Now, how are we going to settle our problem?
Well, John, I don't see how we're going to keep 2 posts running this winter.
Well, what'll we do? Call up the Army and tell them we're going to fall down on the job?
Well, we got to find some way. Yeah, some way, but you can't even get a horse up the last 2 miles on Dutchman Butte now. Too much ice and snow.
Well, there's a road up to the top of Live Oak Mountain, if we can keep it open this winter.
Over 2 feet of snow on Live Oak as it is, John.
John.
Well, who spoke up then? I didn't see.
Me, Ed Bushnell.
You any suggestions, Ed?
Well, I kind of think our community shouldn't fall down on this job for the Army. I'd hate to think other towns and communities are keeping their posts open. And Camas Valley couldn't take care of our own.
Yeah, well, what do you think we should do, Ed?
Well, I'm going to have some free time for a while this winter. I'll go up and live on Dutchman Butte.
Well, that's fine, Ed, but do you think you can spare all that time?
Well, I guess it's for a good cause, John. I can spare the time. Of course, maybe somebody else has put in some time with me. After all, a fella can't keep watch 24 hours a day. Has to sleep a little.
Well, maybe we can get somebody else to go up there with you, Ed.
That night, as the town meeting progressed, others did volunteer to take week-long shifts with Ed Bushnell, the man who offered to keep the Dutchman Butte post open throughout the winter. They were the Harding brothers, Jerry, 18 years old, and Jack, 20. And there was Vic Stanley, 15, who offered to spend every third week up there with Ed Bushnell. That took care of Dutchman Butte. But there was still the problem of how to keep Live Oak Mountain Post in operation. The meeting had gone on till nearly midnight when...
Now, let's keep quiet, folks, please. Please. We've taken up a collection here to maintain the two posts. So far tonight, you've donated $380, and that's good. Now, what about Live Oak Post?
John?
Yes, Mrs. Stanley?
Some of us women have been talking together back here. We'll man Live Oak Post this winter.
Oh, now, wait.
No, just a minute. If you'll get me up there, I'll go up and live there this winter.
Now, hold on, Mrs. Stanley. That isn't a job for a woman.
I said I'd go up there and keep the post open this winter. My girls, Bonnie Jean and Dorothy, will each come up for a week. And Mrs. Elsie Baker and Mrs. Martindale say they'll come up when they can for a week. We'll keep it open some way.
Well, Mother just said I could go up there for a week.
Okay. That was Quinta Cole volunteering as a relief observer, Mrs. Stanley.
Fine. Glad to have Quinta. And anybody else who's willing to help out. Now, if somebody in town can furnish a truck or some kind of transportation, I'll be ready to start up to Live Oak tomorrow morning.
On the following morning, two parties started out from the town of Camas Valley with winter supplies. The men went to Dutchman Butte. The other group, the women, Mrs. Phillips Stanley and her young daughter, Bonnie Jean, accompanied by a group of men to see them up to the top of Live Oak Mountain and get them settled. Toward noon, the little party finally reached the wind-blown crest of Live Oak Mountain. Reaching the little cabin there, found the door jammed shut by ice.
Snowdrift was easy enough to shovel away from the door. The ice we're having trouble picking out.
Mrs. Stanley, Bunny, don't you want to stand over here closer to the building?
No, we're all right. Just get that door open.
My feet are half frozen.
Well, stamp on them, Bonnie.
Oh, I'm all right, Mother.
How are you coming, Jim?
Get this chunk out of here. There.
You think we can open the door now?
Well, it ought to open. Say, I worked up a good heat with that pickaxe.
Whew. Come on, Jim, help me. Put your shoulder against the door with me. You'll be able to bust it loose together.
Okay, let me in here. All right.
Steady now. 1, 2, 3. A little more. Blast air. Come on.
Well, there we are. Come on, ladies, inside here. You get out of the cold.
Oh, hi. Good to get out of that bitter wind.
No, I thought for a while we'd never make it up here.
I'm not at all sure you should try to stay up here, Mrs. Stanley.
Oh, tush. We're here and we're going to stay. Now, let's get organized around here.
Well, okay. Jim.
Yeah?
You get the kindling, build a fire in the heater here.
Okay, right away.
I think I'll make some coffee for us all. Bonnie, you unpack this carton with the cooking utensils and food.
Yes, Mother.
Hey, one of you other men out there, bring in the big jug of water before it freezes.
Yes, sir.
Bring in the other supplies, the blankets and stuff.
Oh, I will.
Ooh. Heavens, I'm going to close this door.
Well, I'll close it for you, Miss Stanley.
Here's the coffee pot. I say, here's a coffee pot, Mother.
Yes, Bonnie. Just set it on the table till the men get the fire started. I was just looking out this window here.
Hey, great place up here on the mountaintop for an observation post.
We can see all over, in every direction.
Yes. We can see all over. All over God's country.
Yeah. God's country.
It's so beautiful, so serene. So calm and peaceful down there in our valley below.
We got a little extra snow this year, Mrs. Stanley.
Yeah. We'll have a white Christmas.
I think it's fun coming up here. Don't you, Mother?
Fun, Bonnie. Fun. Oh, darling.
Well, I mean...
No, it's our duty. It's the duty of the people of our community to come up here and keep this post in operation day and night, as long as the Army needs us.
And that'll be as long as the war lasts, I guess.
Yeah. Just look down there below. It's our valley, our home, to love and protect.
Why, Mother, why are you crying?
Oh, Mrs. Stanley.
But, Mother.
Oh, you're so young, Bonnie Jean. You don't quite understand it all yet.
Yes, I understand about a lot of things.
I know, dear, I know. But you said, why are you crying, Mother? Why am I crying? Maybe I don't know. Maybe I can't tell you. When you get older, Bonnie Jean, you'll understand how a person can look down at the country he loves and... Oh, what's the matter with me?
Say, I think the men are coming with the wood and the rest of the stuff now, Mrs. Stanley.
Oh, heavens. I'm standing here crying like an oak. Come on, open the door. Have them bring the wood in. We'll build the fire. Bonnie, you make the beds on the 2 cots.
Yes, Mother.
And we'll get some coffee brewing and all get warmed up. Maybe you're right, Bonnie. We will have fun up here this winter.
By Christmas Eve, Mrs. Phillips Stanley had served 16 days on icy Live Oak Mountain. Her daughter stayed for a week. Then other ladies came up, put in days and nights so Mrs. Stanley wouldn't be alone. Mrs. Elsie Baker was with her Christmas Eve. At midnight, the telephone rang. Startled them both.
Oh, heavens. Startled me, too. I'll answer, Mrs. Stanley. Well. Hello?
Merry Christmas up there. Merry Christmas, ladies.
Well, Merry Christmas yourself. Who is it?
John Stanley down in town. Report any planes tonight?
Tonight. We haven't reported any since we've been up here.
Who is it, Mrs. Baker?
John Stanley. Called to wish us Merry Christmas.
Oh, that's nice.
Well, keep on with your watching. Down here in town, we just wanted you girls to know we're all thinking of you.
Well, we'll keep watching. Don't worry.
Is Mrs. Stanley there, Mrs. Baker?
Yes, of course she's here.
Well, tell her to come up by the phone.
What?
I say, tell her to come up by the phone so you can both listen. We want you to hear something.
Well, I'll tell her. What is it? Come up here by the phone, Mrs. Stanley. They want us both to hear something.
Oh, what is it they want?
I don't know. Here. I'll hold the receiver like this. Can you hear now?
I think so.
Hello. We're ready.
Hello, girls. Way up there. Can you hear us now?
Yes, I can.
Yes.
Well, some of the folks down here in town, all of us who were observers till you sort of took over our duties, we're gathered here at the telephone office, and we want to sing you a Merry Christmas.
Oh, isn't that sweet of them?
Now, just hold on just a second while we kind of get started.
What a Merry Christmas it could be if the world were at peace.
Oh, come on, ye faithful, joyful and triumphant. Oh, come ye to Bethlehem.
Such was Christmas 1941, the first Christmas that America was engaged in World War II, the first Christmas that American civilians were given the right to work directly with the Army. For example, in that one little community from December 9th, 1941 to February 25th, for 72 long days and nights, loyal Mrs. Stanley and her 5 relief observers kept vigil at Live Oak Mountain Post. And on Dutchman Butte, Ed Bushnell and his 3 observers kept that post open. When the trails were again negotiable to daily travel, other observers came to relieve them and share in the vital work. And mind this, Not once in those 72 days did those courageous people sight or report a single airplane. Discouraging? They say not. Useless? No. They were waiting and watching, ready to help warn their nation of the possible approach of an enemy by air. That is the sort of constant day-in and night-out Christmas gift 150,000 volunteer civilians of the Aircraft Warning Service are giving America this year.
Christmas has always been one of America's greatest traditions. Some say that Christmas in America has become too commercial. Well, maybe it has. Maybe it hasn't. That isn't the point. The point is, we all love Christmas. To each one of us, Christmas means something just a bit different. But here in America, to all of us, it means such things as Santa Claus and Christmas trees loaded with tinsel and lights and ornaments. It means to some, holiday parties, a moment of thanksgiving and prayer. To others, to still others, Christmas means the exchange of gifts, the reunion of families at the festive board, or snow and sleigh rides and ice skating parties and friends and... Well, what does Christmas mean to you? This year, Christmas is a bit different. Our nation is at war. We're fighting for so many things. Among them, oh, yes, indeed, among the things we're fighting for is the simple right to always continue to observe Christmas and the Yuletide holidays in the way we've always been accustomed to observe them. Let me ask you a question. What would Christmas be to a child, perhaps your child, without Santa and toys? How would you like a black Nazi swastika, a crooked cross hanging in the window of your home instead of America's traditional wreath of holly? Oh, no, none of us would like that. Well, as long as you wholeheartedly join the fight to down the Axis, as long as you and all of us here at home help, there'll always be a Christmas. Just suppose that this year, when you observers and filter center workers gather on Christmas Eve to serve your watches while others are at home, suppose you pause for a moment to sing a new, modern sort of Christmas carol. Suppose you sang our theme song, Eyes Aloft, as a carol of good cheer and hope. Yes, there'll always be a Christmas. We must dream, hope, fight for that. As long as your eyes are aloft, there'll be an America and Christmas. There'll be the greatest of all Christmases, a white Christmas for us this year and always. I'm dreaming of a white Christmas, just like the ones I used to know, where the treetops listen and children listen to hear sleigh bells in the snow.
shield was once a sentinel's cry. But a modern 20th century Paul Revere must watch the sky. Fire aloft, night and day, we'll help protect the
A short time ago, Captain William K. Morgan, Regional Ground Observation Officer in Oregon, sent us a copy of an inspired piece of writing he had heard delivered on a Portland radio program called The Mighty Meat. The program is conducted by a prominent Portland attorney, C.W. Robinson. Christmas will soon be with us, so it seems timely to include in tonight's broadcast this beautiful piece written by Mr. Robinson. He titled it, Those Who Watch.
I saw her trudging up a snow-clad road, up to a little building, shack, if you please, at the top of the hill. There wasn't about the shack the trappings of war. It was just a little shack, with a rusty stove and an antiquated telephone and a chair and a table and all the inconveniences to which she was never accustomed in that home in the valley. I wondered to myself, who are you? Why are you here? I asked her what was the little shack, and she told me a lookout, an observer station for enemy aircraft. She said it in a matter-of-fact sort of way, and yet with a certain seriousness in those gray eyes that startled me for a moment. In the days gone by, those who watched the heavens were called astrologers. Time dignified them. Study added to them the degree of astronomer. Today, only in derision do we refer to stargazers and seers. She was one who watches the heavens, a wise woman. Strange, these watchers in the night. In days gone by, we watched for a sign, for a symbol, for an omen, for a star in the heavens. Tonight, they watch for a sound or for a sign. They are new, those spies of the skies. Theirs is a secret, important mission in the espionage of the air. They call them observers. They are patient ones, these observers. They watch while we sleep, guard while we go about business as usual. 20,000 of them in Oregon alone, men and women, the majority of them past 40 years of age. These 20,000 take the place of a division of soldiers. More than a division of soldiers. They are the antennas of a great system, picking up every sound, constantly watching, waiting. The psalmist spoke of them when he said, "Watchmen, what of the night?" Shakespeare spoke of them when he said, "How goes the night, boy?" They are the eyes and the ears at dawn and at night, listening and watching for death that rides the winds, of terror that flies skyways. They are an integral part of the mighty meat. For their work there is no pay. For their vigil, only the reward that comes to those who feel the responsibility of a democracy on guard. No great triumph will ever be theirs. History will consider them with but a line in the great page of events. But they are the great wall that protects you and me. They are the great veil that covers us all. As I saw her trudging up the winter's road to begin her lonely vigil, I took off my hat, as you would have done. And when the first star broke above the horizon, I knew who had
placed it there, and in whose honor it burns so brightly. This night, it shone on her and the thousands of others like her. It was the service star of freedom. Some say Americans are funny. They say we're sentimental and soft. We may be sentimental. Yes, that's good. But we're certainly proving we aren't soft. We can take it. The uniformed boys on the many fronts all over the world can not only take it, they've proved that they can dish it out. And those of us at home who pridefully do our part, we can take it and dish it out too. If rationing our gasoline, our tires, our bacon, shoes, clothes, and whatnot is the answer, we can take it indeed. If the Army needs civilian volunteers to help watch, to warn, to protect this land, we'll be there on the job. If we have to, we'll run a business, a farm, keep house, work in a factory, a shipyard, where not. And still, by day and night, as long as we're needed, we'll be on duty at those observation posts and the filter centers. Americans are restless. We always want something better, plus all the good and traditional American things we've always enjoyed and loved. And we'll fight for them. Yes, we'll always fight, so that we and our children and our children's children will always be able to celebrate Christmas. And so, from those of us of the Eyes Aloft program, from Gordon Jenkins, the sportsman, the Hollywoodman, the orchestra, the cast, our writer, Bob Red, yes, from all of us, and from the 4th Fighter Command of the United States Army Air Forces, we repeat with great hope, with full confidence, and with the best of cheer. We repeat once again, Merry Christmas. And in the very near days to come, peace on earth, goodwill toward men.
Hark the herald angels sing, glory to the newborn King. Peace on earth and mercy mild, all and sinners reconciled. Joyful all ye nations rise, join the triumph of the sky.
Whitman saying good night and Merry Christmas to the 150,000 Aircraft Warning Service volunteer civilians who keep constant vigil of our home front so that America always will be safe from any attack by air. Happy holidays.
Eyes Aloft is written and produced by Robert L. Redd. The music is composed and conducted by Gordon Jenkins. This is Ken Carpenter charging you to always remember Eyes Aloft.
Eyes aloft, watching the sky, watching for planes flying the lanes up above. Eyes aloft.
Eyes Aloft comes to you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Es genügt nicht, den jüdischen Menschheitsfeind zu isolieren. Der Jude muss ausgerottet werden.
Das war Herr SS-Obergruppenführer Groß in Karlsruhe am 20. Mai dieses Jahres.
Wir werden diesen Krieg weiterführen, bis wir das Judentum vom Antlitz der Erde weggetilgt haben.
Das war Herr Dr. Lai erst kürzlich in Essen. Der letzte Akt der Judentragödie beginnt. In Massen wurden die übrig gebliebenen Juden, Greiser, Frauen, Kinder in ungeheizten Viehwagen nach den polnischen Ghettos verfrachtet. Unzählige gingen unterwegs zugrunde an Erschöpfung und Hunger. Ganze Transportzüge wurden vergast. Eine internationale Kommission gibt folgende Ziffern.
In Deutschland sind von den etwa 200.000 Juden, die es 1939 dort gab, mindestens 160.000 verschleppt worden oder zugrunde gegangen.
In Österreich leben von 75.000 Juden höchstens noch 15.000.
In Böhmen und Mähren, wo es 80.000 Juden gab, gibt es nur mehr an 10.000. 50.000 alte Leute sind in der berüchtigten Festung von Theresienstadt mittellos und hilflos zusammengepfercht.
In der Slowakei wurden von 90.000 Juden mehr als 70.000 deportiert.
In Holland und Belgien blieb nur ein Drittel der jüdischen Bevölkerung übrig.
In Frankreich wurden nahezu 50.000 Juden nach dem Osten verschleppt. 4.000 Kinder wurden ihren Eltern mit Gewalt weggenommen und ohne Ausweise mit unbekanntem Ziel abgeschoben. Viele Juden nehmen sich das Leben. Sie erhalten ein Paket Veronal für den Gegenwert von 1.000 Mark.
Lang ist die Liste, lange.
In Norwegen wurden sämtliche Juden, 1/20% der Bevölkerung, verhaftet und verschleppt.
In Rumänien, wo es 900.000 Juden gab, leben kaum mehr als 250.000.
In Jugoslawien wurden von 85.000 Juden 84.000 getötet, eingekerkert oder verschleppt.
Polen gab es nach Schätzung des Instituts für deutsche Ostarbeit Ende 1940 2.332.000 Juden. Sie alle sollen von SS-Vernichtungskommandos liquidiert werden.
In diesen nüchternen Zahlen enthüllt sich die grauenhafteste Tragödie. Millionen Menschen werden ausgerottet. Und warum? Was steckt hinter diesen Massenmorden? Womit rechtfertigen die Nazis ihr beispielloses Verbrechen?
Performance USA, the greatest entertainers in America, as requested by you, the fighting men of the United States Armed Forces throughout the world. Command Performance, presented this week and every week till it's over there. And hunt. Army and Marine Corps, count off. Navy and Coast Guard, hit the decks. All United Nations stand by for its command performance time in the USA. All during 1942, Uncle Sam's shortwave stations and radio networks in the United Nations have been shooting out this big show to you guys who are shooting it out with the Axis. From the fog-bound Aleutians to the steaming jungles of the South Pacific, you've written thousands of letters to Command Performance, and the letters were answered in person. Well, there's a victory committee here in Hollywood whose pledge to that worldwide victory committee of yours is, buddy, your request is our command. For this 1 hour on Christmas Eve, a man and woman you call Mom and Dad become part of your show. For tonight, for the first time over the 4 great networks and independent stations, the War Department of the United States of America presents Command Performance. At this moment, the Chief of the Office of War Information has a brief message. Go ahead, Washington and Elmer Davis.
On this Christmas Eve, all over the world, American soldiers, sailors, Marines, and nurses are listening to this program as they have listened for almost a year past. But tonight, it serves as a link between them and us at home. We're all hearing it, the whole American people, whether in the cities or on the farms or on ships at sea or in army camps or at the front. This program is nothing new for the men of the armed forces. For 40-odd weeks, they have heard these specially produced command performances sent to them by shortwave. And we have reason to believe that they think of it particularly as their program. What they want, what they ask for, the famous entertainers who have appeared on these weekly broadcasts have done their best to supply. Tonight, because it is Christmas Eve, and a Christmas Eve when a good many American families can't be together as they used to be, tonight the War Department has invited us to come together, all of us, as listeners to this program. For the first time, it is heard in this country, exactly as it is heard by the men and women who are serving the country abroad. In North Africa, in New Guinea and the Solomons, in China and India and Ireland, in Alaska and Hawaii, in Iceland and Panama, wherever on this Christmas Eve the American flag is flying. They're probably thinking about home tonight, most of them. Home which they are not likely to see again until the war is won. They are doing all they can to win it, and they have already written some glorious pages in American history. But the war won't be won until and unless we who are at home do our share too, making whatever sacrifices we must and working together as hard as we can. Whatever sacrifices may be asked of us as a necessary contribution to victory are trivial compared to what our men are doing at the front. Yes, and trivial compared to the sacrifices that are required of the civilian population of every other nation in this war. It's that kind of war, the kind of war that we can't win unless all of us, civilians as well as soldiers, do just as much as we can. So I hope that when the men overseas think of home tonight, they'll think of it as a place where all of us are doing our best, doing all we can to help them who are doing so much more toward the common purpose of complete victory. And now, command performance, dedicated to our armed forces over there.
Thank you, Elmer Davis, and to OWI for your cooperation with tonight's command performance. And men, hang on to your GI hats as your star-packed Christmas show starts rolling out of Hollywood with that Rolling Stone who's gathered millions of friends in the United Nations. The commanding officer of command performance and your master of ceremonies, Bob Hope.
How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? This is Bob, Command Performance Hope, telling all you soldiers, sailors, and Marines that although Johnny Doughboy found a rose in Ireland, what he really wants is that stinkweed in Berlin. Yes, sir, it's a great thrill and an honor to be on this command performance show on this Christmas Eve, the time of year when everyone has a feeling of love. Boy, you should see all the young couples walking in the park, the fellow with his arm around the girl, and the man from the draft board with his arm around the fellow. But, fellows, back home here, the women are making this a victory Christmas. My aunt is very patriotic. Yesterday, she gave her girdle to the scrap drive. Now she's dreaming of a wide Christmas. And everything about my aunt is patriotic, even her dog. The other day, he chased me down the street, finally caught me and bit off the seat of my pants. Thank heavens it was Meatless Tuesday. But all the women are patriotic these days, and they're all doing their part. Today, wives are no longer backseat drivers. No, sir. They sit up in the hood now with a straw and siphon the gas tanks of the cars in front of them. And lots of people are using substitutes for gas. One of the musicians in Al Newman's band filled his tank with whiskey, and it worked swell. Only that was the first time in history a Pontiac ever sang Sweet Adeline, staggered up Vine Street, flirted with a Buick, and spit in a traffic cop's eye. I live near Bing Crosby in the Save Rubber. We're sharing the burden. One day he drives his car to the studio, and the next day I drive it. And people are really saving their tires. In fact, I was riding home in the streetcar today, and at Vine Street, Henry Ford got on. That's the end of that joke. I don't know where. What an end. All the women here at home have been marvelous. They do everything. Tonight I had a woman cab driver bring me down to the studio. She was wonderful. She was driving the cab with one hand and knitting a sweater with the other. In one block, she knit one, purled two, and hit three. And yesterday I had a cab driver who had a little baby right in the front seat with her. As I got out and gave her $1, the baby started to cry. I had to wait 5 minutes for the change. You don't get that at first, and it sneaks up on you, you know. And you hate yourself for letting it. Now, but fellas, let's start answering that GI Christmas mail to Command Performance. For you 20 pigeon experts in the amazing unit of APO 958, for Sergeant Sy and the mob in India, for Dutch Burkholder and you 25 men in Ward J in that Pearl Harbor Hospital, and for all of you down in the Caribbean, here's the #1 trio of the AEF, the Pennsylvania Polka and the Andrews Sisters.
Strike up the music, the band has begun. The Pennsylvania Polka. Pick out your partner and join in the fun. The Pennsylvania Polka. It started in Scranton, it's our #1. It's time to entertain ya. Everybody has a mania to do the polka from Pennsylvania. While they're dancing, everybody's cares quickly gone. Sweet romancing, this goes on and on until the dawn. They're so carefree, gay with laughter, happy as can be. They stop to have a beer, then the crowd begins to cheer. They kiss and then they stop to kiss again. Strike up the music, the band has begun. The Pennsylvania Polka. Pick out your partner and join in the fun. The Pennsylvania Polka. It started in Scranton. Everybody has a mania to do the polka from Pennsylvania. Everybody's cares are quickly gone. Sweet romancing. This goes on and on and on until the dawn. Oh, ha, ha, ha. Gay with laughter, they're happy as can be. They stop to have a beer, then the crowd begins to cheer. They kiss and then they start to kiss again. And join in the fun, and it's on to entertain ya. Everybody has a mania to do the polka from Pennsylvania.
Up that little thing. Thank you, Andrews Sisters, and thanks to a really terrific guy, Alfred Newman, who's conducting the orchestra tonight. Well, gang, old Sam. And that's with no prompting, Al. Well, gang, old Sam the mailman has brought Command Performance a truckload of your letters asking to hear from a kid named Junior. So, by worldwide command of the AEF, Harriet Hilliard and Red Skelton.
Hiya, fellas, and Merry Christmas. And being Christmas, we naturally have a lady and her little boy. Thank you. It's very early on Christmas morning, so Harriet, you be my mother, and I'll be the mean little kid. Hey, Mummy, are you awake?
Oh, Junior, it's only 4 o'clock. Go back to sleep till daylight.
Hey, Mummy, where'd that come from?
Sears and Roebuck. Go back to sleep.
Sears and Roebuck, he's That's silly. I told Small, I bet they got me from a cut-weight rug store.
Junior, will you stop mumbling to yourself and turn over?
I can't turn over.
Why not?
My chain don't reach that far.
Oh, Junior, don't say that. You're not chained.
Oh, no?
No.
What's that, the bells of St. Mary? Hey, Mommy, I can't sleep anymore. I want to go see my toys. I want to see what Santa Claus bought me.
I'll get up,
What
too.
are you doing?
I'm getting up. I got one leg in me pants, and I gotta keep hopping around till I catch the other one. Come on, I'll catch it. I'll catch it. Oh, boy, now I'll really catch it. Boy, I better get back in bed but quick.
Junior, you're going to get it if you wake your father. He didn't get to sleep until late.
Oh, that's nothing new.
Junior, did you happen to hear your father come home last night?
Who didn't? Boy, he's getting better, though. It only took 8 cops to bring him in this time.
Oh, Junior, how can you say things like that?
Oh, it's easy once you know how.
Something tells me you're looking for a spanking.
Yeah, some tell me I don't have to look very far, either.
Go back to sleep.
Now, let me get up or I will tell.
You'll tell what?
I will tell everybody you used to be a prize fighter.
I was not.
Oh, no? Hey, Battle, you're on next.
I'm worried at a bump. Now you're going to get it.
Oh, you hit me, you hit me. You broke me with a whip. You broke me with a whip.
I broke your what?
Me hip.
Hooray! I guess I'll have to get up, too.
Yeah.
Get dressed and wash your face, and I'll take you down to breakfast.
Okay. Oh, boy.
But did you wash your face like I told you?
Yeah. Wipe me with the ears, too. Look.
I am looking, and it's awful.
Well, gee, you can't get rid of that dust bowl in one day, you know. I think I'll go downstairs.
You won't peek at the presents, will you?
You don't know me very well, does he, Paul? Oh, well, here I is, all alone. Gee, look how that banister looks. Kind of dusty to me. I think I'll slide down and dust it off.
Junior, what did you break?
You know that vase has been handed down from generation to generation?
Yes?
Next generation's going to have to use a dicty cup. I think I will go out in the kitchen and fix my own breakfast. That's what I will do. I will pour the cereal into this little dish. Oh, and it's from Mummy's clothes set, too.
Junior! Meow. Oh, that darn cat.
It always works, Boy, I wish that old cat have kittens and I could increase production. Now I will crawl in the icebox and get me some milk. Oh, boy, I love milk. Oh, the door closed. How about that? That little light does go out. Oh, boy, it's a good thing it didn't lock. Now I will pour the milk over the cereal. I hope it's the kind that crickles and pops. Oh, boy, I love that kind of crickles and pops. Kind of stale, ain't it? Now, I wonder what Santa Claus brought me. I think I will sneak in the other room. If I do, I will receive a chastising. I shall attempt it. Oh, boy. Look at all them presents. Oh,
Junior, you weren't supposed to look at them.
Yeah.
But now that you've seen them, I guess it's all right.
Oh, boy, let's open them up. Mommy. Let's see. Open them up. Come on. Oh, boy, look. A drum, a bicycle, a train, and some little toy soldiers. Oh, dear me. I just happened to think.
Of what, Junior?
I'll have to wait 365 days before I hit the jackpot again.
Very good, Red. Very fine, Harriet. Well, gang, all during the past week, Spike Jones and the City Slickers have been haunting our local junk shops looking for toy instruments on which to beat out a famous old Christmas tune so many of you have asked for. So here it is, Jingle Bells, melted down and recast by that sensational novelty band, Spike Jones and the City Slickers.
In a one-horse open sleigh, o'er the fields we go, laughing all the way. Bells on bobtail ring, making spirits bright. What fun it is to ride and sing a sleighing song tonight. Oh, jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. Oh, jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh.
'Twas the night before Christmas, and all through the house, not a creature was stirring, hardly a toe.
Whoa, Comet! Whoa, Cupid! Whoa, Dunder and Blitzen! I gotta straighten out this fireplace one of these days.
That barrage balloon in here. Say, when you were in school, fellas, the great thrill was to be a star and win your letter. But the letter that thrills the Hollywood star these days is the one you write from over there. And speaking of stars and letters, here's one of Command Performance's four-lettered stars with letters from the Army, the Navy, the Marine Corps, and the Coast Guard, Ginny Sims.
Thanks, Bob. Hello, fellows. Love to Brodeur in Hawaii and your mother in Massachusetts. And to Dave Thorley and the Radio Girls in Argentia, Newfoundland. And Christmas cheer to the Southern gentlemen on the north end of the Alaskan Highway. And say, Charlie Eaton, how are things in Egypt? Eldridge, what's new in New Delhi? Corporal Brubaker in Australia, you're doing just fine. And love from Anne. Now, I brought all of you a little gift tied with the heartstrings of that girl back home. It's called Saving Myself for Bill. Thank you for the invitation. Dancing always gives me a thrill, but my heart wouldn't be in it, not even a minute. I'm saving myself for Bill. Since I left him at the station, other things are practically new. I'm saving myself for Bill. Out there somewhere there's a lock of my hair in his pocket, in a locket. This ring I wear shows how deeply I care for Bill.
Out there, some thank you for the invitation. Dancing always gives me a thrill, but my heart's on a vacation, gone for the duration.
And now, fellas, Command Performance answers mail from every corner of every one of the United Nations. It's the old groaner himself, Bing Crosby. Darn nice of you to dress.
Became formal tonight, formal.
Formal? You got a shirt on. Is that a shirt? You get into bed quickly, don't you, huh?
Thank you, thank you. Season's greetings, fellows, and a Merry Christmas to you, High Horn.
Merry Christmas to you, short, squat, and melodic. Say, you know, you're going to wear those earmuffs all during the show. Look,
my cheek chicory. You don't like my cheek chicory?
Your cheek chicory?
Yeah.
Well, shut it. You know, Cross, we've been on a lot of radio programs together, big ones, small ones, long wave, short wave, but Command Performance tonight is going to be different from anything we've ever done before.
Oh, you mean I'm going to get a few laughs?
Well, not that different, no. Say, Cross, you were a little late coming down to the studio. Where were you?
Well, you know how Christmas Eve is, Bob, with the kids and everything. I was home.
Yeah? How are things out of Boys Town?
Oh, they're rugged, Bob, very rugged.
Yes, they are.
Tell the truth, I'm a little worried.
Worried?
Mm-hmm. You know, I'm dressing up as Santa Claus tomorrow, and I'm afraid the kids will recognize me.
Don't worry, Claus. The minute you put on that Santa Claus suit, nobody will recognize you.
Why not?
It'll be the first time in 20 years you've worn a coat and pants that match. Don't miss that.
The first time I had a coat.
But seriously, Bing, to get back to the program tonight, I can't get over this Command Performance. Imagine, we're being heard by close to 1 billion people in nearly 30 countries.
Brother, when you lay an egg tonight, it's an international omelet, isn't it? Bob, I want to tell you this hookup is nothing compared to the radio we're going to have when this war is over. We'll have television all over the world.
Television, huh?
That's right, Bob. People will be able not only to hear you, but see you. They can use their eyes and their ears.
Well, do you think they'll appreciate my jokes just as well?
Say, they got noses, haven't they?
Oh, it'll be a great world. Just think of the possibilities in aviation alone.
Why, it'll be fantastic. Everything will be different. The planes will be so thick in the sky you won't be able to see the sun.
Well, in California, what's so different about that? Thank you, tourists. Thank you. Where were we?
I tremble to think, though, Bob. You know, with all those planes up in the sky, do you think the stork will be able to find his way?
To your house blindfolded. I understand you're making him go around to the servants' entrance now. Is that right? Go ahead.
Trapped again. You beast.
I had it. It's an ad lib from my writers. Go ahead.
It's going to be a great world, a grand world after the war. You know what I'm going to do?
What are you going to do?
I'm going to build myself a brand new house, and I'm going to paper every room with the music of one of the famous songs of the war.
Say, that sounds like a novel idea. What are you going to use?
Well, I thought in my trophy room, I'll put Praise the Lord and Pass the Ammunition. And by the telephone, I'll put I Came Here to Talk for Joe. And in the card room, I'll put Be Careful, It's My Heart.
Well, where are you going to put Der Fuhrer's face? Are you kidding? We just didn't know how to time that, did we, old boy? Well, I guess that takes care of post-war planning, but right now I've got a little request here from some of the lads over there. Ready to cut one, Bing?
Well, get me on, Dad.
Okay. Okay, fellas. The old groaner is ambling over to the post to team up with a quartet that's a sure thing in Harlem and down Park Avenue.
Where's the quartet?
And wherever you guys hear command performance. It's the Charioteers and Bing Crosby and Basin Street Blues.
Now won't you come along with me? Now won't you come along with me? Down the Mississippi. Down the Mississippi. We'll take a boat to the land of dreams. Steam down the river down to New Orleans. There's gonna be a band there to meet us. There's a band there to meet us. Oh, friends to greet us. Oh, friends to greet us. That's where the old and the young folks meet. Heaven on earth, they call it Basin Street. Basin Street. That's the street where all the light and dark folks meet. Down in New Orleans, land of dreams. You never know how nice it seems or just how much it really means. Glad to be, yes sirree, where welcome's free and dear to me, where I can lose those doggone Basin Street blues. Play a little of that piano on the air, will you, Jim? Sounds like a telephone.
Oh, that's James Sherman.
Lovely, lovely.
Talk to me.
Now that was some sort of an excursion. Just a new kind of a diversion. Just a new kind of a diversion. You'll have to admit that they swing out real sweet. Heaven on earth, they call it Basin Street. Heaven on earth, they call it Basin Street.
Thank you, Bing and the Charioteers. Well, fellas, the last command performance of this series will come from Berlin with Hitler, Mussolini, and Tojo singing their swan song. And you guys in North Africa are printing tickets right now for that big show. And in honor of your work, we're honored to present a favorite of all Americans in this all-American fight for freedom, our beloved blues singer, Ethel Waters.
Thank you, Bob Hope, and God's blessings on all you boys over there. And now, folks, I'd like to sing the song I introduced in good old New York City in 1924, Dinah. Dinah, is there anyone finer? Carolina. If there is, and you know love to wake up in the morning and hear the birdies say good morning, like they used to say good morning in my Carolina home. Oh, Diana, them 60-eyed ladies who would love to sit and gazing to the eyes of Diana Lee. Yes, every night, my, how I shake with pride because my dynamite change your mind about me. That's why I'm gonna wake up one morning. Hear them birdies say good morning. I would hop on ocean liner, just to be with Dinah. Yes, be with Dinah Lee.
Thank you, Ethel Waters. It seems that practically every man overseas has written into command performance asking what's going to happen when Santa Claus meets up with Charlie McCarthy. Well, brethren of the AEF, there you have the $64 question. Presenting Charles Lawton with Edgar Bergen and Charlie McCarthy.
It's Christmas Eve in the Edgar Bergen, Charlie McCarthy household. Charlie has just dozed off waiting for Santa Claus. Edgar has prevailed upon his good friend Charles Lawton to dress up as Santa to fool the little fellow. As we look in now, we see that Santa Claus Lawton has just arrived.
Oh, well, here we are. Hello, Charles.
Hello, Edgar.
Say, it's awfully sporting of you to dress up like that and come over tonight.
You know, I've always wanted to put something over on that little tyke. How is Charlie, anyway?
Oh, he's fast asleep waiting for Santa Claus.
Oh, he's such a cute little fella. Just look at him. I'll bet he's in dreamland. What is more beautiful, Edgar, than the innocence of youth?
I wonder what he's dreaming about.
Oh, Hetty, my darling.
Lawton, now you go over to the fireplace and pretend that you've just slid down the chimney, and I'll wake up Charlie. Now, don't trip over those andirons, will you?
All right, Edgar. It's terribly dark in here. I can't...
Well, are you ready?
Yes.
Yeah, now, let's not have any scenes. No temper, you know.
Oh, no, don't worry about me, Edgar. Are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready. Okay.
Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Ow!
Who's there? Who's there?
Darn those andirons, breaking my leg around here. I'll sue somebody for this.
Why, Charlie, look. Why, it's Santa Claus.
No.
Oh, yes, so it is. Ho, 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 I'm old Saint Nick. I'm a jolly, jolly fellow.
Yeah,
Ho, ho, ho.
All right. Don't knock yourself out about it. How did you get in here anyway? Now, don't give me that routine about the chimney.
Oh, so you don't believe I came down the chimney, huh?
Yeah. Well, when I look at you...
Yes?
And then I look at the fireplace...
Yes?
It can't be done, that's all.
Now, stop this nonsense, Charlie. Why, Santa Claus has come all the way from the North Pole.
Yeah? So, Sandy, how are things with your toy shop? Have you run into any priority trouble?
Oh, dear me, no. We keep very busy. I have a lot of helpers. Little men, 2 feet high.
2 feet high. Yeah. What do you think of that? Well, he ought to go easy on that stuff, whatever it is. Say, Santa Claus, what do you got in your hand there, that little bag?
Oh,
there?
just some candy, Charlie, just some candy.
Oh, and how about giving me a piece of it?
Why, of course, Sonny. Help yourself. Have one.
Let's see. What kind have you got here?
Those green ones are good.
Oh, you have some licorice ones, too, haven't
you? The green ones have nice, chewy centers.
What's the matter with your licorice ones?
I like them.
too, so I'll take myself a mitt.
Take your mitts off those, and I'll break your arm.
Oh,
Santa Claus, please, now remember.
Oh, yes,
Jolly,
yes,
jolly,
I'm old St. Dick. I'm a jolly fellow.
What have you got for me?
Well, I have a big bag full of presents, Charlie, as usual.
What do you mean, as usual? Well, what you gave me last year, you could have slipped under the door. And besides, I don't think you're Santa Claus, if you ask me.
I'm Santa Claus, and I'll blast anyone who says I'm not.
Santa Claus, please. Ho, ho,
ho, ho, ho, ho. I'm old St. Dick. I'm a jolly fellow.
You're a phony, that's what you are. You're
I'll tear you limb from twig.
Now, Santa Claus, look what you're doing. Remember yourself.
Look at me. I'll be so excited my stomach has slipped its moorings.
Not only that, but your caboose is loose, too. All right.
Charlie, will you please remember you're talking to Santa Claus?
Somehow I just can't believe that it's him.
Well, if I'm not Santa Claus, then who am I?
Well, you know who you sound like?
Who?
A fella named Charles Lawton. He does a little picture work around town. Small parts.
Look, I've got press clippings that prove otherwise. After all, I'm a pretty famous fellow.
Ho, ho, ho. Santa Claus. Ho, ho, ho.
So I remind you of Charles Lawton, do I? Tell me, do I look like him?
Oh, you're not that homely.
Why, you nasty little snitch.
Why, Santa Claus. Ho, ho, ho.
Nuts to ho, ho.
It is Mr. Lawton, that's who it is. We was robbed.
No. Well, Mr. Lawton almost got away with it, didn't he?
I had you fooled for a little while, didn't I, Charlie?
You didn't fool me. I recognized you under that jaw grass.
How did you know it was me?
Well, how did I know it was you? After all, Chuck, there's only one Lawton.
Oh, do you really think so, Charlie? That's very nice of you.
And the way you played the part of Santa Claus.
Oh, thanks very much. It was pretty good, wasn't it?
Oh, you made him live.
Well, thank you very much.
Yes. No one but Lawton could have hammed it up like you did.
Well, buckle on your safety belts, gang, for we're taking off with one of the bands that rates tops with the AEF. Led by the man who's played so many Army camps that the total number is almost a military secret. Another command performance for the old Fez himself, Kay Kaiser.
Thank you. Well, Merry Christmas to 44 engineers at APO 861, and ditto to you medics at 514. Hi there, Mr. Law, over in England. Things are hunky-dory in Alabama. Yes, sir. Howdy to the Ridge Runners at APO 862. And good hunting to you Marines down south. Mighty nice of you all to invite us to your big Christmas Eve show, and we'd like to play the tune for you that I understand is the theme of you men out there. Praise the Lord and pass the ammunition.
thank you to Kay Kaiser and the whole gang. You know, by ocean liner, New Caledonia is 9,000 miles from 42nd Street. And Trinidad a long way from 3rd and Main, but your letters tell us that Command Performance is your bridge between the AEF and the USA. No blacked-out bridge, but bright with your favorite stars. One of these stars is a girl who's often crossed over to sing for you in the jungles of Panama and the white wastes of Iceland. She's making still another trip tonight. Fellas, Dinah Shore.
Hiya, fellas. Well, it's not the same old Christmas Eve without you. But when we take down those little trees in that front room you left behind, the lights will keep on burning in that window in our hearts. My New Year's resolution is to keep on answering those wonderful letters you write to me, care of Command Performance. So for the Flying Fortress Mob at APO 875, for Colonel Ned in Alaska, for good old Pat Wing 7, for all the jungle mutters down in Panama, for Hayes and Snyder and the Air Force gang in China, for Mac, Red, Clancy, and T-Bone, somewhere north of the farthest point north, for Colonel Ed, Marge, and Little Shug, and for all of you everywhere, this suggestion. As long as you're not in love with anyone else, why don't you fall in love with me? As long as you're not in love with anyone else, why don't you fall in love with me? You're driving me crazy, baby, trying to get. Will you tell me no, or will you tell me yes? You gotta go overboard for someone someday. Believe it or not, it's bound to be. As long as you're not in love with anyone else, why don't you fall in love with me? As long as you're not in love with anyone else, please, why don't you fall for me? You're driving me crazy, baby, trying to get. Will you tell me no, or will you tell me yes? You gotta go overboard for someone someday. Believe it or not, it's bound to be. As long as you're not in love with anyone else, why don't you fall in love with me?
Yes, that's mighty oily, Dinah. Well, men, for a long time, Jack Benny has been feuding with Fred Allen. But thousands of you guys in the AEF have commanded that on this Christmas Eve, the feud should be patched up. And right this minute, the Martins and the Coys of radio are holding a special peace conference in New York. So hello, New York. Command Performance ready for Fred Allen and Jack Benny.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, from New York City, we'll bring you two lads who, after a 7-year misunderstanding, have reunited in the spirit of the Christmas season. So here they are, folks, those two entertaining boys, the old vaudeville team of Jack Benny and Fred Allen.
Thank you. Pardon me, Mr. Announcer, but I think you have that billing a little wrong. The proper way to announce this act is Fred Allen and Jack Benny. You see, my name comes first.
What do you mean, your name first?
Well, if you will remember, Mr. B, I paid the room rent today. We are not sleeping on the fire escape tonight.
Oh, that's right. Introduce us again, Mr. Wells.
If you will.
Okay, thank you. So here they are, folks, those two entertaining boys, the old vaudeville team of Fred Allen and Jack Benny.
Thank you.
Hey, wait a minute. I just happened to think of something. Mr. Announcer, my name should come first.
Your name?
Yeah, you see, I'm the guy that got our tuxedos out of hock. Remember?
Oh, that's right.
If it wasn't for me, you'd be here in your underwear tonight.
You wouldn't even be here, Mr. Bennett.
Wait just a minute. I can straighten this whole thing out very easily. Here they are, folks. Those two hams, Blue Eyes and Nasal Hazel.
Say, Jack, people, this is great, isn't it? 3 receptions and we haven't done anything yet.
Wonderful.
People are certainly, I wanted to get a little joke in if you don't mind.
No.
People are certainly saving their tires these days. You know, I was riding down 42nd Street there this afternoon on a streetcar, and Henry Ford got on.
Fred, wait a minute. Bob Hope just did that joke in Hollywood.
Well, I know, Jack, but there's 3 hours difference in time. That joke didn't even get here yet.
See, I thought you were just giving it another chance. You know? Freddie, Freddie, I'm sorry that
Don't laugh if you're sorry. If you're acting, if you're sorry.
Look, Freddie, I'm terribly sorry that I argued with you over our billing.
Well, I'm sorry, too, Jackie. After all, this is Christmas Eve.
Yes, sir. And, Freddie, you know what the greatest thing in the world is today? It isn't money, is it?
No, it isn't. And it isn't butter, Jackie.
And it isn't sugar.
No, it isn't sugar, Jackie.
I tell you, Fred, the greatest thing in the world today is friendship.
You're right, Jack. Friendship.
If you're ever in a jam, here I am. If you're ever in a mess, SOS. If you ever feel so happy you land in jail, I'm your bail. It's friendship, friendship. Just a perfect friendship. When other friendships have been forgot, ours will still be hot. La la la, dig dig dig. Oh, Freddie.
Yes, Jack?
I understand there's a shortage of fat.
Why don't you turn in your head? If you're ever up a tree, fall to me, I'm on key.
If you're ever down a well, ring my bell.
If you're ever lose your teeth and you're out to dine, borrow mine. It's friendship, friendship. Just a perfect friendship. When other friendships have been forgate, ours will still be great. La 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 la, chop chop chop. Oh, Jack.
Yes, Freddie.
I understand there's a shortage of heads.
Well, why don't you turn in one of yours? If they ever black your eyes, be wise. If they ever cook your goose, turn me loose. If they ever put a bullet right through your brain, I'll complain. It's friendship, friendship, just a perfect friendship. When other friendships have been forgiven, ours will still be it. It's friendship, friendship, just a perfect friendship. When other friendships have been forgot, ours will be the nuts. Doddle, 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 hep, hep, hep. Oh, Merry Christmas.
On the advice of our lawyers, ladies and gentlemen, we return you to Hollywood.
men, this is Bob Hope, speaking from the USA. You know, this is the land that not long ago had boundaries. An ocean on one side and an ocean on the other. Douglas firs and deep snow and good fishing to the north. Blue water and lilacs and hot weather and cotton fields to the south. You lived and worked inside those boundaries and thought it would always be that way. You worked at the shoe store in Peoria. Yet tonight you're over there in England and North Africa, and you fly hell out of your bomber and go through God-made storms of snow and rain and man-made storms of steel and fire. And then you write home to this radio program and say, please do a song for me. You were the clerk in the local grocery store, the young doctor starting out, the history teacher in Grand Rapids, the mechanic at the corner garage. Yet tonight you're blacked out on a freighter or standing guard over your brother along a path in the jungle. You were the guy who had never been to Nevada. Yet tonight you're at home in Fairbanks, New Delhi, and Chongqing. But, well, that's the way it goes these days. For the boundaries of land and water have vanished from all nations. And in their place, a single boundary of freedom is moving across the earth, as God meant it to be. But because of guys like you, when we think of America, we still think of Douglas firs, because you guys are like those Douglas firs. And you're like the good fishing and the lakes and Coney Island and the cornfields and smokestacks. And you're like the little towns with the red water towers, and like Mount Rainier and Yellowstone and Highway 66, because all those things are American. They were part of you when you left, and they will still be part of you when you come back. The stuff that makes Americans. And, brother, they don't make better stuff anywhere in the world.
Performance USA, the greatest entertainers in America, answering the personal requests of the AEF and our friends in the United Nations. All the personalities on Command Performance, as on all our programs, give their services to the cooperation of the Hollywood Victory Committee. Speaking for the AEF, we express thanks to the American radio industry, to the Office of War Information, and to the many persons who contributed to this special Christmas Eve edition of Command Performance. The entire cast, the studio audience, and the nation will stand at attention. Ladies and gentlemen, our national anthem. Has been a presentation of the War Department of the United States of America. These are the radio networks and stations of the United Nations.
This is London, and this is the fourth Christmas Eve. The beef eaters may have become spam eaters, but no one has seen Scrooge about tonight. Our men have been giving parties for British children. They have made toys of odd bits of wood and metal. Big, tough sergeants have played Santa Claus. Thousands of British children, especially the orphans and the poor, have had a memorable time thanks to the Americans. Our men are the best fed, best paid, and best uniformed soldiers in this war. And this Christmas they have certainly maintained the American tradition of good-natured generosity. Some of them are a little homesick, but you couldn't tell it by looking at them. I've asked many of them what they'd like to say if they were talking to America tonight. And most of them have said, well, you see, it's a little tough to know what to say. But you know how it is. I've an idea. Most of them would tell you, don't worry too much. We're all right, and we're amongst friends. And some of them on this dark night might repeat the words written a long time ago. Though there be darkness, it shall be as the morning, and thou shalt be secure, because there is hope.
Well, that carol came from some of the men of the 8th Army, and it was sung from the borders of Tripoli. We are here. We just pulled off the coast road that goes along there towards Sirte and ultimately to Tripoli. And over by our recording truck, they've come one or two men of the 8th Army, and they're led by a corporal. I can see him there in his great coat and tin hat playing clarinet, as you've just heard. And they've just been having a bit of a sing-song. And we've recorded this bit of it. As a matter of fact, they've been singing all kinds of songs. There's a bit of a difficulty in getting them to sing a carol at all, to be quite honest. And I don't want you to get the impression that the 8th Army is just having a nice picnic and is going gaily singing carols up the coast road after Rommel. They're not at all. They're far too busy fighting this war, and a grim enough business it is, and all this sand and dreary desert, and they've very little time for singing at all. We are a good way at the moment behind our forward troops, who certainly won't be going about caroling tonight. And Christmas, although it will be remembered and celebrated in the desert, won't, to be quite honest, be an affair of plum puddings and merry crackers and parties and good feasting for the men of the 8th Army.
But how are you today? How's your tongue? Is it smooth and red, or knobby and beige with an overcoat of a muddy hue? And how's the stomach? Is it firm and steady, or somewhat warm, or a little wobbly and a trifle windy? Or was your Christmas day so Spartan that today you're fighting fit with no twinge of remorse?
Once again, our time is up, and your MC of the Hinomaru Hour must say, O Yasumi Nasai. We hope you have enjoyed our Christmas program, and that they have served in some small way to let you know how your boys are living as prisoners of war in far-off Japan. We invite you to be with us again at this time tomorrow evening. This is your MC wishing you all a very Merry Christmas from the Hinomaru Hour. Good night, all. You are listening to Radio Tokyo.